Hello again, everybody. This is Phil Elson, and a very pleasant good evening to you. Welcome to Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark in Frisco, where tonight Minor League Baseball and the Texas League present the Arkansas Travelers and the Frisco RoughRiders in Game 4 of a 5-game series. We're high above the field here in Frisco on the ticket Total Sports 1380 and the Travs website, Travs.com, here for the ITT Technical Institute pregame show. Travs losing their 5th in a row yesterday, 7-6. While the Travs spaced out their scoring, bringing home runs in 5 of the 9 innings they played yesterday. Still, the RoughRiders were able to manage a 7-run rally in the 5th off of Joe Saunders. And big home runs by Titus Meadows and Santiago Perez put Frisco over the top. And while the Travs had their chances, leaving 8 runners on base, went 2 for 10 with a man in scoring position. And just for desserts, left the tying run down at third base after they had reached him there with 1 out in the 9th inning. And disappointing loss for the Travs yesterday. But to look on the bright side of things, the team didn't necessarily play all that bad of a ball game. So we welcome my broadcast partner and my father, Howard Elson, onto the broadcast. Tommy Murphy played an outstanding game in center field. He made a couple of outstanding plays. He also had a couple of base hits. Rudy Gomez made it on base 4 times. Jeff Mathis had a home run and also reached base 4 times. The bullpen pitched very well, but it just seemed to be a couple of lost opportunities here and there, and 1 inning of nothing but opportunities that were realized for the Frisco RoughRiders.
Well, you're right, Phil. There was some hope in the way that the Travs played yesterday. I didn't think Joe Saunders pitched badly, and I think under other circumstances, if the bullpen wouldn't have been as thin as it was, and then I do not think that Ty Boykins would have let him take the beating that he did in that 7-run inning, because Joe Saunders up until then was pitching rather well. I thought the middle of the lineup, with the exception of Derek Gibson, was doing their job. But hey, you know, you are what you are, and you will always eventually go back to what it is you are. And the Travs are at this point not a particularly good baseball team, and even though they play, and yesterday was a microcosm of it, because they played very well for the first 4 innings, and then who they are caught up with them. This is a team that doesn't have a whole lot of power, and playing against a team that does have some power, it isn't unusual for them to peck away and get a run here and a run there and a run here and a run there. But if you're playing a team that's got some power, like I said, it's not unusual for that team, and in this case the Frisco RoughRiders, to score more runs in 1 inning than a hunt and peck team is going to score the whole game.
Yesterday, Travs had themselves a 4-0 lead heading into that bottom of the 5th inning when Frisco rallied for those 7 runs, and you'd mentioned it a couple of times before we got to that part of the game, that you just had the sense that the Travs had let Frisco remain in the ball game. Arkansas left 3 runners in scoring position over the first 5 innings, and had 2 men thrown out on the bases in that 5th inning, in which the starting pitcher, John Hudgens, only retired 1 batter, but got 3 men out on the bases, and after that, Frisco took advantage of the pitches from Saunders, and like you mentioned, Saunders pitched very well in the first 4 innings, ran out of gas in the 5th, and under other circumstances, Ty Boykin would not have left him in there to face, I think, Santiago Perez, who hit the final home run that put Frisco up to the 7 runs in the 5th inning. But right now, Boykin doesn't have much of a choice. Yoshi Mizuo is out for at least a week with a strained neck muscle, and there's no other reinforcements on their way from AAA or Single-A for the Travs, as the Angels minor league system has just been hogtied with all sorts of injuries this year. Way too many injuries and not enough pitchers being signed out of independent baseball, and certainly nobody ready to come up to AA just coming out of the draft. So right now it's just a matter of the Trav pitchers having to stick through this rough stretch and see if they can get the outs that they need to get. And tonight it's going to be David Gill on the mound for the Travs. Gill has been pitching some interesting ball over the past 2 starts. He has allowed a total of 15 hits and 4 walks in 10 2/3 innings. That's 19 base runners in just under 11 innings, but he's only given up 2 earned runs over that stretch, and coming through in some clutch spots. Problem is, Gill has not been able to give the Travs more than 5 2/3 innings over those 2 starts. Certainly tonight, with a tired bullpen, the Travs are going to need 6-7 innings out of the starting pitcher, and David Gill has gone 6 innings only once in his 5 outings as a Travs starting pitcher. Kelvin Jimenez takes the mound for the RoughRiders. We were expecting to see Jimenez pitch yesterday for Frisco, but instead it was Hudgens that took the mound, so Jimenez takes the hill today. Jimenez, a hard-throwing right-hander out of the Dominican Republic, is 2-5 with a .466 earned run average, and this will be his 21st appearance of the season. He's taken the hill twice against the Travs. No wins or losses. Travs have hit him pretty well, scoring 7 runs in 10 innings against Jimenez. Nick Gorneault also with a home run off of him. Game 4 of this series, seeing the Travs try to end a 5-game losing streak. They've fallen to 11 games out of first place behind the Frisco RoughRiders. We'll take a look around the rest of the Texas League and see why Frisco is 2 games ahead of Tulsa and Wichita. The Texas League scoreboard is next on the Ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Matthew earned a Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Automated Manufacturing Technology in 2002 and a Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Electronics Engineering Technology in 2003 from the ITT Tech in Indianapolis, Indiana. ITT Tech has allowed me to get to where I eventually want to go. Call 1-800-ITT-TECH or visit us on the web at itt-tech.edu. ITT Technical Institute, education for the future.
Hey, Gary, want another beer?
Another what?
Another beer.
I didn't have beer. Did you have a beer? No, thank you.
Yes, you did. These beers right in front of you. Remember you ordered them from me?
I remember eating the wings. The wings are good. Are you sure we drink the beer?
Look, you guys came in, it was the wings, it was the beer.
Huh.
Whatever. You guys want to move around?
What?
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds great. You want a beer? I would love a beer. Next time, try the light beer with the taste you won't forget. Great tasting, less filling, Miller Lite. Miller, good call. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ed and I sell soft drinks at ball games, and he first told me about BC powder. We carry big trays and drinks up and down, staying staff. Man, killer. And with the backache, that tray feels heavier and heavier. And the stairs are tough on your knees. One night I was great, and the game wasn't half over. I told Brian he needs a BC to stop the pain fast, because it goes to work quick. BC stopped the pain, got me right back. Stand by. Ready, set, go.
Welcome back to Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark here on the Ticket. Total Sports 1380. Your ITT Technical Institute pregame show rolls along. Checking out yesterday's Texas League action, and it was the Tulsa Drillers winning their 4th game in a row with an 8-3 decision over the Wichita Wranglers. Outstanding starting work by Tulsa's right-hander Mike Esposito, holding the Wranglers to 2 hits over 6 scoreless innings. Esposito walked only 1 batter. He struck out 4, earning his 6th win of the season. Wichita's Kyle Middleton not so lucky as Esposito, as he was torched over 5 innings, allowing 8 runs on 7 base hits. He falls to 5 and 8. Danny Sandoval hit a home run, also knocked in 4 for the Tulsa Drillers. He finished the game 3 for 4. Sean Garrett was 2 for 4 with a triple, and he also scored a couple of runs. So that pushes Wichita down into a second-place tie with the Drillers, 2 games in back of Frisco, with the Arkansas Travelers resting at 11 games out at a Texas League worst 15-22 in second-half record. Over in the West Division, the Midland Rockhounds suffered a loss 14-4 to the El Paso Diablos in the second game of a doubleheader after winning the first game of that double dip 4-3. And so after the doubleheader in Midland yesterday, the Rockhounds are 2 games out of first place behind the San Antonio Missions. The Missions yesterday lost I wouldn't even use the word wild to describe it, certainly a wild ending. Round Rock winning the game in the bottom of the 9th inning, 1-0 over San Antonio. San Antonio reliever Chris Key was attempting to intentionally walk Mike Rodriguez with a winning run at second base, and after the first 2 pitches came tantalizingly close to the plate, Rodriguez went after the 3rd pitch, and remember, this is an intentional walk. He lined it to the left field where Jamie Bubella was unable to catch the ball. The ball glanced off of his glove for a game-ending error, bringing Willie Taveras home from second base with the game's only run. Tim McClaskey almost made some real headlines. He took a no-hitter into the 8th inning and gave up a couple of hits. The first one to Eddie Menchaca, the second baseman for San Antonio. Unfortunately for McClaskey, he earned a no decision, tossed his best outing of the year. Scoreless ball over 8 1/3, 2 hits, 1 walk, 9 strikeouts. But Santiago Ramirez came on for the final 2 outs of the 9th. He moves his record to 3-4. Round Rock hadn't been winning many games recently. That ends a 5-game losing streak for the Express. They're currently 4 games in back of San Antonio in the West Division. Midland 2 games out, and the El Paso Diablos pull up the rear at 7 games out of first place. Texas League action tonight. None of the games have gotten really that far in. They're in the second inning right now in Midland. There's no score with the Diablos and the Rockhounds. Wichita and Tulsa have just started their 3rd game of that 4-game series, and it'll be Round Rock hosting San Antonio. Juan Donier takes the hill for the Missions. He's 9-7. Round Rock right-hander Jared Gautreau looks to improve upon a record of 7 wins against 6 losses. And, of course, we'll be updating you on all the scores from around the Texas League and the majors on the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard as we go throughout the broadcast today. Right now, just a little bit of news coming from the major leagues. And if you've been tuning into ESPN or any of the internet websites, you know that Greg Maddux was going after his 300th career win, and Maddux gets that 300th career victory as the Chicago Cubs beat the Giants 8-4 in San Francisco. Now, not your typical Greg Maddux line, but I don't think anybody's going to remember the line for him in his 300th win. He gave up 4 runs and 7 hits in 5 innings. But the Cubs were able to put the game away in the middle innings, scoring 2 runs in the 4th, 5th, and 6th. But, of course, the real story is Greg Maddux becoming the 22nd pitcher, I believe, to win 300 career games. And if you took every one of those pitchers from, say, 1920 on up until now, line them up shoulder to shoulder, and say, pick of all of these guys, who is the one that you do not believe actually won 300 games? Maddux would probably be picked 9 out of 10 times.
Well, you'd probably think that Greg Maddux was all of the rest of those pitchers' accountants. That's what he looks like, and he's not particularly impressive physically. His nickname, though, is the Professor. I've followed his career for as long as he's been in the majors, Phil. He's one of my favorite pitchers. He's one of my favorite athletes, and the reason is that he is so smart. He studies the hitters. He knows what he can get them out with, and that's only half of the equation, because you can be as smart as the smartest ball player in major leagues, but you've still got to deliver. You've still got to have the physical goods to be able to put the ball where you want it, and that's what he does. He's got tremendous control. He's got an idea of where every pitch is going, and he doesn't only set up a batter for that at-bat. He doesn't only set up a batter for that game. He'll set up a batter for something that's going to happen that he may think is going to happen in the playoffs.
And maybe not even... I'd heard a story about that he had tried to get Vladimir Guerrero out on a certain pitch earlier this year, and he didn't get the call. And after the inning, he went back in the dugout and said, I've been setting him up for that pitch for the last 3 years, and it just took him that 3rd year to finally get it to where he wanted it to.
They had a very long, detailed article in USA Today a couple of days ago previewing his try for his 300th win. What they didn't talk about, though, is Greg Maddux, the pitcher. Not necessarily Greg Maddux, the professor, the thinker, but Greg Maddux, the pitcher. He's got 2 pitches that may be 2 of the best pitches in the major leagues, even now at age 38. He's got a tremendous changeup, which is a fabulous weapon against left-handed hitters. The ball just dies at the plate, has a tremendous drop and moves away from a left-handed hitter, and he's got a fastball that can almost be considered a screwball that he'll throw inside to a left-handed hitter, and it looks like it's almost going to hit him in the elbow, and it will come back and catch the inside corner. And Greg Maddux has lived on those 2 pitches for the last 15 years.
And speaking of 15 years, it's been 15 years that he's had no less than 15 wins every single season. And when you talk about Hall of Famers, really what makes a guy a Hall of Famer and what pushes him to those upper limits of some of the milestones, home runs, base hits, it's consistency year after year, always able to deliver. Take a look at Hank Aaron's career. Never had a 50 home run season. In fact, he hit 47 as career high, but every year he had 40 homers, 38 homers, 42 homers. Look at Greg Maddux. Every single season, 18 wins, 19 wins, 15 wins. 20 wins. He's only won 20 games twice.
That's right.
And yet he still has 300.
I'll tell you something that may sound funny. Probably the least important statistic in Greg Maddox's career and a good indication of his success is not how many wins he's got, because that you're not in control of that. But of all of the Hall of Fame pitchers, he's got a great hits against. He's got a great on-base percentage against. He's one of the leaders in the Hall of Fame. Of all of the pitchers that are in the Hall of Fame, of those statistics that you can narrow down to being only the pitcher's responsibility, and Greg Maddux has to go down as one of the greats of all time.
One other way to match up Maddux, because when you go into the Hall of Fame, they're comparing you to players of your time. The people that you played against. Maddux, pitching in a time of great offense and more strikeout pitchers than anything else, still had an earned run average over his career that was 1.23 runs less than the league average that he pitched in. And just think of really how much lower that is. And I'm also glad that you mentioned the idea that wins are not what Greg Maddux is going to be judged by. I think he, more than anybody, understands how a win for a pitcher is more of a team accomplishment. And the quote that he said after his game today said, obviously to win 300 games you have to have a lot of help. I've played in a lot of good teams, and a lot of times you're only as good as the guys behind you. Today was a good example. Might not have had his best stuff, but his team was able to get out there, get him the win. Think of how many other times he might have held a team to 2 or 3 runs over 8 innings and got a no decision.
Well, I think, a lot of guys will say it. He's one of the few that absolutely believes it. He knows that it's his job not to strike a guy out, but to make a guy hit the ball to somebody. And he's very appreciative of the defense that he always has behind him. He carries a catcher with him. He's done it for many, many years, where he feels very, very comfortable throwing to a particular catcher.
And it would be Eddie Perez now.
Yeah, and he's done it for a long time, and I think that makes a big difference too. You've got a guy who knows what he wants to do. You want to be throwing to a guy who knows what he wants to do also.
And next up, I believe, is Tom Glavine. He might be the closest to 300 wins. Started this year at 251 wins, and I think he's got around 9 or 10 wins now. And I don't even know if Glavine will have the mustard to get to there.
Probably won't happen, Phil. I think that Greg Maddux may be the last of his generation to win 300 games. And the other thing is how durable he was. He's only been on the disabled list once in his entire career, and in this day and age where you almost schedule your elbow surgery 2 years before you're ready to have it, that's an amazing accomplishment.
So again, congratulations to Greg Maddux winning his 300th career game, and something that hadn't happened in about 12 or 13 years. And I remember there was a season, I think it was 1986, where there were 3 or 4 pitchers that won their 300th career game, Seaver, Necro, and Steve Carlton, but it hadn't been done in a long time. And this year you've got both Roger Clemens and Greg Maddux reaching that 300-win plateau. So again, in a time of unprecedented offense, there's still some pitchers that are out there that are really still doing some incredible things. And today it's Greg Maddux winning that 300th career game. Well, we're just about a couple minutes away from the teams taking the field, so right now we'll take a break. We'll return with the starting lineups as the ITT Tech pregame show rolls along on the Ticket Total Sports 1380.
Others don't. The hotter it gets outside, the more choices you need to chill down on the inside. Nothing compares to Sonic's famous slushes. The classic flavors like cherry, grape, and orange. Real fresh fruit slushes like lemon, berry, strawberry, and lime. You can even mix and match flavors to create your very own slush. Or try the latest creation, our intense new Powerade slush. Available for a limited time only. So hurry into Sonic. Nobody gives you more ways to beat the heat. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
The biggest event of the baseball season is back. The Arkansas Travelers present Clunker Car Night. Tuesday, August 10th at Ray Winters Field. More cars than ever before will be handed out to lucky fans. In fact, there will be a used car given away every single inning. Stop by and pick up special $3 tickets at any of these locations. Rocco Chevrolet, Little Rock Dodge, Vail Honda, Quaddy Chevrolet, North Point Nissan. But wait, there's even more $3 tickets at Crane Chevrolet, Landers Toyota, North Point Ford, Landers Ford, Sherwood Pontiac, North Point Toyota, Fletcher Dodge, Fox 16, Logic 105, Classic Country on the Edge, 100.3. It's Bunker Car Night at Ray Winger Field, Tuesday, August 10th at 7:10.
Stand by. Ready. Set.
Star-Spangled Banner performed at Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark here in Frisco, Texas. Going to be starting tonight's game just a little bit late, not because there's any rain. There hasn't been a dropout here in a few days. It's in fact a picture-perfect night. But 7:30 start time turns into something more like 7:35, 7:36, something like that. Wonderful job performing the Star-Spangled Banner. Hit all the notes right, got all the words correct, and took less than 2.5 or 3 minutes. Beautiful job. Take a look at tonight's starting lineups. We'll begin first with the Frisco RoughRiders, who come in today 26-16 in the second half. They are in first place in the East Division by 2 games ahead of Tulsa and Wichita. Rashad Eldridge leads off. He'll be in left field with Mike Curry, the center fielder, batting second. Ian Kinsler hits third. He'll be at shortstop with Jason Botts at first base cleaning up. Santiago Perez, the Trav killer, bats fifth. He's at third base. Jeff Waldron bats sixth. He'll be the catcher. Jason Bourgeois will play second base. He'll bat seventh. Rick Asadorian bats eighth. He'll be in right field with Andrew Beinbrink batting ninth. Beinbrink, the designated hitter. Travs come in with a record of 15-27. 11 games in back of first place, and it'll be Rudy Gomez leading off at third base today. Batting second, the shortstop Alberto Callaspo, with Nick Gorneault hitting third as the designated hitter. Jeff Mathis cleans up today. He'll catch. It's first baseman Mike Elwood as the 5-hitter with Jason Espito in the 6 hole. Espito plays left field. Starting in right field tonight, Christian Guerrero. He'll be at the 7th spot. Victor Gutierrez bats 8th. He'll be at second base. And Tommy Murphy rounds out the starting 9. Murphy is the Travelers center fielder. David Gill on the hill tonight. 6th start for Dave in a Trav uniform. 1 win, 2 losses, a 2.96 ERA. And his mount opponent tonight, right-hander Kelvin Jimenez. Jimenez, a 24-year-old native of the Dominican Republic, actually 23 years old, won't be 24 until October. He's only got 2 wins this year in 20 games pitched, 5 losses, and a 4.66 earned run average. Jimenez has some pretty good stuff, a good fastball that registers in the low 90s. He'll throw a slider and a curveball plus a straight change. Some of the numbers aren't bad on Jimenez this year. Batting average against 278. 85 strikeouts, over 102 in the third innings, but he's also walked 45 batters, threw 9 wild pitches, and he's allowed 11 home runs in 20 games. Jimenez last appeared the final day of July. Fine start against Wichita. Held them down to 5 hits and 3 runs over 7 innings. Frisco won that game 4-3 in 11 innings. Rudy Gomez steps into the batter's box. We're just about to get underway here. Jimenez kicks with a first pitch, and Gomez takes a strike. 7:35 first pitch time here in Frisco. And a very comfortable evening. Forget about 90 degrees up this way in North Texas. Gomez will smack a line drive into right field for a base hit. And so Gomez, who started yesterday's game with a single up the middle, collects a single to right field to start today's action.
Rudy admired that line drive to right field almost so much that the right fielder attempted to throw him out at first. That's happened to me a couple of times. I can't think of anything more embarrassing in baseball than getting a base hit and being thrown out at first.
But there was no throw from the right fielder, Asadorian, though he certainly has the arm to cut down the runner who lollygags down the line at first. Alberto Callaspo steps up, and he'll ground a base hit to right field in the first pitch. Gomez to second base, and he puts on the brakes. So Jimenez has thrown 3 pitches and has given up 2 base hits.
Rudy had an inkling of going to third base, but he actually had to wait until that ball got past him in front of him so they didn't run into it, and so his progress to second was a little bit impeded. Otherwise, I think had he been ahead of the ball, he might have tried for third.
Team leading 127th base hit for Callaspo. And runners at first and second for the 3-hole hitter, Nick Gorneault. Comes in with a hit in 10 of the last 11 games. Had 2 hits last night and an RBI. Jimenez hits the dirt with a pitch, ball 1. Gorneault, 3 for 10 over the series. Knocked in the Travs' only run in the doubleheader on Thursday with an opposite field solo home run. Enters today's game batting .282, 14 homers, 64 runs batted in. Jimenez delivers inside and falls behind Gorneault 2-0.
Last couple of nights, Phil, looked like the wind was blowing in or a little bit towards right field. It looks like it's pretty dead out there today. No wind, or at least not much.
And usually in a night at this point of the year in North Texas, you'd want some wind to cool things down, but first pitch today was thrown with 86 degrees. This pitch to Gorneault, skips in front of the plate, goes all the way to the back screen. Gomez around third, then thinks better of it. He'll only take that 1 base on the wild pitch. It looked like Rudy wanted to score. He went about a third of the way down towards home plate and then realized, hey, we're in about as good of a position as we can get. Let's not get a little overzealous here.
Exactly. Nobody out, just as well as second and third with nobody out. And, of course, we're blocked just a little bit with foul territory behind home plate, so I don't know exactly where it went, but it's probably discretion being the better part of valor here in keeping Rudy Gomez at third base.
So Gorneault working with a 3-ball count. No outs and first base open. Couldn't ask for a better situation than this. Jimenez from the stretch. Gorneault takes ball 4. Missed low. He held back on the swing. They will appeal that swing, and the third base umpire, A.J. Wendell, makes the call, says he didn't go. That'll load the bases. Nobody out. This is what you have your cleanup hitter coming up for, to clean up the bases. And it's Jeff Mathis, the cleanup hitter tonight. It's only the second game all year. Jeff has been the number 4 hitter in a year that's been dominated by Dallas McPherson in the cleanup spot recently, Nick Gorneault, Christian Guerrero, and Derek Gibson. Mathis crowding the plate. First pitch, he swings a tapper over the mound, towards the mound, played by Jimenez, throws home a little high. Catcher Walter had to leap in the air and bring it down, and instead of stepping on the plate for a force out, he tags Gomez out, and there's 1 away. Bases will remain loaded. Mathis went after the first pitch after Jimenez threw 4 balls, including one that skipped in front of home plate.
Well, I think catcher Jeff Waldron made the right play, because when he went up as high as he had to get that errant throw from the pitcher, I'm not sure he would have been able to find home plate. He didn't land on it and wasn't sure where it was, so that could have been actually a double play ball if plays were made properly. So we dodged the bullet there.
Mike Elwood up to the plate, base is still loaded. First pitch is slider outside, ball 1. So Mathis unable to bring a run home. Callaspo moves to third, Gorneault to second. Elwood enters today hitting .265. 6 homers, 52 runs batted in. Jimenez with a 1-0 pitch, outside and a little low. 2 balls, no strikes on Elwood.
I feel for Kelvin Jimenez on that play, too, Phil. It's not an easy play for a pitcher to become an infielder after once you're set in your pitching motion. It's not easy to throw differently, and he babied that ball to the catcher.
To the stretch. Now Jimenez deals the 2-0 pitch. Fastball fouled back. Right on the hands of the batter, Elwood. Well, sometimes you see pitchers who sort of ease up on throws from the infield instead of giving their full motion.
Exactly.
And sometimes you just feel like they'd be better off underhanding the ball to the infielder rather than throwing overhand. Jimenez leans in. Travs have the bases loaded, 1 away. Elwood the batter, and the 2-1. Ball 3 almost hit him. As usual, Elwood diving in towards the plate. And that ball almost grazed him on the chin. 3 balls, 1 strike on Elwood. I wonder if Jimenez will lay one down the middle here, or if he'll still try to bring his best fastball. Here's the 3-1. Ball 4, it's high, and that'll walk a run home. Callaspo will score, and Elwood walks him in. 53rd RBI for Elwood. Travs have drawn 2 walks with 2 hits in this first inning, and they grab a 1-0 lead.
Kelvin Jimenez still hasn't found the plate often enough yet, Phil. He's thrown a wild pitch. He's been in the dirt a couple of times.
Now, Jimenez has had his troubles with walks in previous times this year. But recently, he'd only walked 5 batters in his last 3 starts combined. And 2 walks in the first inning here. Still the bases loaded for Jason Espido, left-handed batter, and he'll take a first pitch strike. Instead of a fastball which Jimenez has not been able to locate. Looked like he threw a little drop curve on the outside corner to Espido. Espido hits .256, 7 homers, 35 ribbies. Fastball inside from Jimenez, 1-1.
I'd still want to work the count here. You know, a big difference between a low minor league and a high minor league, a professional ball player, is that he is not afraid to hit with 2 strikes.
And here's the 1-1. Espido takes ball 2 high and outside.
Especially in a situation like this, you want to work the count so that you've got the count in your favor and you almost for sure know what's coming, because it's a hitter's count. And even if that means with 2 strikes.
The 2-1. Swinging a high drive deep to right center field. Back on the wall goes Asadorian, and it is out of here. A grand slam home run for Jason Espido. And the Travs get in front 5-0.
And that's exactly what Jason Espido did. He worked that count to 2-1. That's a hitter's count, especially with a pitcher who's not putting the ball over the plate. He's got to come in, and he's got to give in a little bit to the hitter to get a strike. And that's what he did, and Jason Espido took advantage of it.
Second grand slam for the Travs this season. The other one had been hit by Dallas McPherson at Round Rock last month. How about that? Travs a little bit of a right back at you to Frisco after what the RoughRiders did last night in the 5th inning, scoring 7 runs. Jimenez came with a fastball right down the middle to Espido, had no movement on it, didn't have much zip either, except going the other way towards right center field. Home run number 8 for Espido. Now with 39 runs batted in on the season, it's his 2nd home run since rejoining the team after a month and 5 days on the disabled list. Out to the mound, the pitching coach, Steve Luber. He has a lot to talk about with Kelvin Jimenez. It's the 12th home run Jimenez has allowed, and the 2nd home run a Trav has hit off of him. Nick Gorneault had hit a 2-run homer back at Raywinder Field on July 17th. And that meeting on the mound is over. Christian Guerrero now steps up. And Jimenez goes to the windup. Guerrero takes a strike on a fastball inside corner. And a little bit of applause for Jimenez from the faithful out here at Dr. Pepper 7-Up. And Christian follows up with a fly ball to center. And coming in is Mike Curry to make an easy catch. And there's 2 outs. That's the only batter that Jimenez has... well, there was also Mathis retired, you could say, with an out at home on that grounder. There's only been 2 balls that haven't been well hit this inning. Both Gomez and Callaspo with hard hit ground ball singles. Jimenez walked Gorneault and Elwood, throwing just one strike between them. Here's Victor Gutierrez. He'll foul the first pitch back. Strike one. Jimenez entered this game with a first-inning ERA of 7.11 and stays true to form. Foul ball by Gutierrez on a fastball, and it's 0-2.
That's an interesting statistic that you bring up, Phil, because even in Major League Baseball, a lot of your best pitchers need an inning or two to get going, and
the 0-2 is ball one in the dirt.
The cliche is if you're gonna get a really good pitcher, you're gonna get him early, because as the game goes on, he gets stronger and gets more confident.
You know, the good pitchers make adjustments as the game goes on. The 1-2. Victor reaches for it, pokes it to the left side of the mound. That's a barehand play by Jimenez. Almost threw it away, but Fox is a pretty good first baseman. Shifts his foot to the right side and is able to get the out at first. That'll end the Trav first inning, but 5 runs come across on the first. 4 of them on a grand slam home run by Jason Espedo. And that gives David Gill and the Travs a 5-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the first. On the ticket, Total Sports 1380.
Espedo did. He worked that count to 2-1. That's a hitter's count. Espedo did. He worked that. It is. Even if that even if that means with 2 strikes.
The 2-1. Swing and a high drive deep to right center field. Back on the wall goes Asadorian, and it is out of here. A grand slam home run for Jason Espedo. And the Travs get in front 5-0. Before David Gill even throws his first pitch of the game tonight, he's got himself a 5-run cushion to work with after the Travs rally against Kelvin Jimenez in the top of the first inning. Bottom half now, and Gill will take the mound against Rashad Eldridge, Mike Curry, and Ian Kinsler. And looking for back-to-back wins. Gill picked up his first win in a Trav uniform last Saturday in the nightcap of a doubleheader sweep against Tulsa. Allowed 1 run. It was unearned. And he has been pitching himself out of some tight jams recently. Rashad Eldridge will bat left-handed, and the first pitch to him from Gill is high and outside for a ball.
Well, what do you do in a situation like this if you're the pitcher with a 5-run lead in the first inning, Phil? What you do is you forget about it. You pitch your game. You don't throw any walks. You don't help the other team.
1-0 on the outside corner for a strike, and it's 1-1. Now, some pitchers do not like working with leads early in the game.
Right.
1 run, 2 runs, 3 runs, that's not really much of a difference. But 5 runs, anything else in the first 3 innings, that's a pretty big lead in the early going. The 1-1 to Eldridge. He swings at a high fastball and fouls it back. Strike 2. Some pitchers like to feel the pressure of a tight ball game. Others just say, hey, give me 30 runs, fine.
Well, your mind starts to wander, your focus starts to go away a little bit, and you start concentrating maybe a little bit too much on throwing the strike.
Gill's 1-2, missing low, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Instead of letting your muscle memory and what you've been training for do its job too. You don't want to think too much. Once you get the ball, you don't want to be thinking about it. You want to be doing what your body is capable of doing.
Don't think, just throw. Meet. The 2-2 pitch. Eldridge grounds it on the first base side. It gets past Mike Elwood into the right field. Elwood with a good attempt at that ball. Had to take 2 steps towards the hole. He dove for it. Got underneath his glove, and Eldridge, who had a 13-game hit streak, stopped yesterday. Collects his 5th hit of this series. 5 for 9. And And the RoughRiders' first inning starts off exactly the way the Travs' first inning did, on a base hit to right field. It brings up Mike Curry, the number 2 hitter and center fielder for Frisco. Another left-handed bat against Gill. Gill's going to see quite a few left-handers in this lineup for Frisco. There's 3 switch hitters and 2 full-time lefties. So that's 5 batters out of 9 will hit left-handed against him. Curry hits .284. To the stretch, Gill. And his first pitch, a fastball grounded into right field for a base hit. Eldridge to second, he puts on the brakes. Christian Guerrero comes up throwing with a perfect strike to third, just to prove that Frisco did the right thing by not trying to advance another base for Eldridge. And that's another carbon copy of what happened last inning for the Travelers. Rudy Gomez started with a base hit to right field. Callaspo then sent a first pitch ground ball base hit to right field. And ditto for Frisco. So David Gill hasn't walked anybody, but has given up a couple of base hits. That's 31 base hits now against Gill in 24 1/3 innings. Tack on the 9 walks he's issued, and that's a lot of base runners. Ian Kinsler will take a fastball inside, 1-0.
That is, and that tends to catch up to you. You can't rely on the double play and getting out of jams all the time. You've got to, statistically, you've just got to have less hits per inning, less on base in inning.
1-0 to Kinsler. He'll swing and crush it, but foul deep to left field. Ball hit off one of the light poles down the third base line. That's strike 1 to Kinsler.
But again, you don't want to be nibbling at this point. I mean, he's still got a 5-run lead. You want to be throwing your pitches. And not throwing and praying.
Each of those base hits to Eldridge and Curry, while they were well hit, they were fairly close to Elwood, gave him a chance to get to the ball. Third baseman Rudy Gomez is even with the bag at third. Middle infielders playing for 2. Gill to the stretch, checking second twice. Here's his 1-1 pitch. Kinsler takes a strike on the outside corner. Looked like the forkball. That's a pitch Gill throws quite a bit. So a lot of forkballs from David, also a slider and a fastball in the high 80s. 1-2 to count on Kinsler. Gill with 15 strikeouts over 24 1/3 innings. Kinsler 2 checks at second, and now the pitch. Swinging a high drive to left and foul once again. Kinsler has hit more foul ball home runs in the last week, and that includes the series last week in Little Rock, than I've seen anybody hit this year, except for maybe Casey Kochman. When he was playing first base for the Travs, he hit a bevy of foul ball home runs to right field. Kinsler just seems to have a natural yank in his swing. He just yanks it down that third base line. Gill's 1-2. Kinsler swings and fouls it again deep to left field. That is 3 drives that might have had home run distance, but were fouled by a wide margin.
Well, one of the reasons that happens with Ian Kinsler, Phil, is because he stands so close to the plate. So what he's doing is he's getting rid of the inside pitch. He can't hit it fair. He absolutely can't hit that pitch fair, but he's covering the middle and the outside part of the plate, and that's where he's going to show fair ball power.
5-0 Travelers, bottom of the first, 2 on for Frisco, nobody out. Here's Gill's 1-2 yet again. Fastball missing high to even the count at 2-2. And one thing about Kinsler's approach here, if you think, well, he's out ahead of the fastball, maybe bring one of those split-fingered pitches and try to keep it low and away from him. But he does cover the plate pretty well.
Not a bad choice on 2-2.
And here's that 2-2 pitch. Swinging a little looper to shallow left field. Coming in as a speedo. He can't get there. Ball's in front of him. 1 hop. The runners will hold. And the base is loaded with nobody out. This carbon copy inning continues. Just a little dunk shot for Kinsler. He continued to pull the ball. But he got that ball to the outfield by maybe 50 feet. And the outfield not playing shallow enough to give it a real good shot after it. So the base is juiced for the cleanup batter. Jason Botts stepping up. Botts, one of the top hitters in the Texas League, as the Travs have figured out this season. He's 5 for 10 this series with a home run and 4 runs batted in. The switch hitter steps in from the left side. Gill from the stretch, first pitch, swing and a miss. Got a fastball by him, and that pitch might have been a little bit too hittable. Botts was out in front of an 87-mile-an-hour pitch that came just under the letters. 0-1 count to Botts. He hits .294, 21 homers, 73 runs batted in. Third base, Rashad Eldridge. Mike Curry leads away from second. Kinsler takes the lead off of first. Gill to the stretch, and now the 0-1 to Botts. Outside, 1-1. Came with a fastball, a little motion away from the plate. Well, the Travs had a grand slam hit in the first inning by Jason Espino. Botts has one granny this year, plus he bats .364 with the bases juiced. Nobody out, and Gill desperately needs to get an out. Working on a 1-1 count to Botts. Gill kicks and delivers. Botts takes inside. There was a 1-1 fastball that had a little life on it. It had life high and in. 2-1, the count to Botts.
Well, David Gill is trying to work Jason Botts inside, outside, inside, outside. In the middle of the infield is playing for the double play. They'll concede the run to get out of a big inning.
And now the catcher Mathis sets up outside, and the pitch is lined foul behind the plate. So again, you're right on his approach on Botts inside outside. He threw a 1-1 fastball high and in, and then tried a fastball in the outside corner. But now on 2-2, he hasn't shown him that split-fingered pitch, and you know that Gill is not an overpowering pitcher, at least with his fastball. And in a spot like this, where you're looking for a ground ball or the strikeout, that split-fingered pitch is his best bet.
Depending on his control, a catcher may not call it if he thinks it's going in the dirt.
Gill's 2-2. Botts swings, a line drive the other way, and foul to the home bullpen. Botts, very good plate coverage, and he's not one of the power hitters that's just a pull hitter, though his power is to pull the ball. He can hit line drives the other way. We've seen it quite a bit. And he might not be swinging for the grand slam, so he might just try to shorten up a little. Make some contact, and with his strength, even just making contact might make the ball go a long way. Another 2-2 from Gill. Inside. And he went with that forkball. That runs the count full. Well, Frisco, Arkansas scored their first run on a bases-loaded walk in the first inning. And now Gill is 1 ball away from doing the same. And remaining with the bases loaded with Trav killer Santiago Perez on deck.
Well, you want to throw your best pitch. You don't want to be afraid to walk him. You still got to throw your best pitch.
Here's the payoff. Botts will swing and ground it down the first base line, and it is foul. Looked like Botts bent over quite a bit for that pitch.
Yeah, it looked like a low changeup or a low curveball.
So Gill has him leaning a little bit. Trav outfield position for Botts to pull the ball closer to the right field corner. Christian Guerrero playing fairly deep. Jason Espino more towards the gap in left center. Here's the 3-2. Low, ball 4, and that walks a runner. Went with the same pitch. Looked like the splitter on 3-2 twice in a row. And Botts will be credited with his 74th run batted in on the walk. And a 5-0 lead has become 5-1, and now Frisco gets the tying run to the plate. Out to the mound goes pitching coach Kernan Ronan. Well, we might be here for a while today.
Maybe just one of those games.
This inning started on singles by Rashad Eldridge, Mike Curry, and Ian Kinsler. Jason Botts then draws the bases-loaded walk. 61st walk of the season to Botts. And for David Gill, it's the 10th walk he's issued in 24 1/3 innings. Still nobody out.
You know, A couple of batters ago, we were talking about don't think, just throw the ball, which is a line, of course, from Bull Durham. On the Jumbotron, they're showing scenes from Bull Durham.
Probably the same scene involving the pitching coach going out there to give advice on what to buy somebody for their wedding.
Exactly.
And now Santiago Perez at the plate. Gil works against him with the bases loaded and a first pitch fastball, a called strike. Got it on the high inside portion of the plate. Good pitch to start off. For one thing, it's inside to Perez. The other thing, it wasn't a ball. You don't want to start off with a ball with the bases loaded and your lead down to 4 runs. Perez ready. Here's the 0-1. Inside, a little bit off the plate that time, 1-1. Perez knocked home the final 2 runs for Frisco in the 5th inning yesterday with a 2-run homer. He launched to left field. It was his 4th home run in 7 games against the Travs. He has just killed this team. Gil ready to the belt. He goes. And the 1-1 pitch to Perez. Swing and a foul back. Came right back on the hands again. 1-2. Now, Perez, with outstanding numbers in his short time back at AA with Frisco, he did not have outstanding numbers at AAA, where Santiago hitches .257 in 77 games. Here at AA, he's batting .407 in 14 games. Here's Gil's 1-2. Swinging another foul back. Came with that fastball on his hands again. 4 pitches almost in the same spot to him. Perez started his career as a non-drafted free agent by the Tigers. He's also been with San Diego, Milwaukee, and now the Rangers for the 2nd time around. Gil ahead in the count, 1-2, and this pitch, swing and a miss, and he gets him on the forkball.
Well, he had Santiago Perez fooled on that. He didn't. Santiago did not get a very good swing on that pitch.
And I think he had set him up for that pitch from the very beginning. He had 4 fastballs on the hands of the batter, and then a very slow forkball that just dropped off the table. And when I say slow, that was really slow. We're talking in maybe the low 70s, high 60s.
Yeah, we had disagreed on the last batter. I thought that he had thrown him either a changeup or a curveball, and I'll bet that was just a slow forkball. You had mentioned it was a forkball, and you're probably right.
Jeff Waldron, the batter, still the bases loaded. First pitch fastball, strike called at the letters. So we've seen a different approach now for Gil ever since Kernan Ronan came out, that of getting ahead of the batter and not trying to fool around all that much. Plus, he's been throwing his fastball with a little bit more command. Waldron, a left-handed batter, 0 for 4 in the doubleheader on Saturday. He sat out yesterday. He swings at the 0-1 and pops it out of play behind the plate. And he'll get off the facade of Chateau number 3, just over to our left. And the count is 0-2 on Waldron. Travs have a 5-1 lead in the bottom of the 1st inning. Jason Espedo hit a grand slam on the top half. David Gil allowed the first 4 batters of the 1st inning to reach. And a run scored on a bases-loaded walk. Now Waldron batting with an 0-2 count. Gil sets, kicks, and deals, and the pitch is high. A good fastball. Appeared to have the inside part of the plate, but it missed a little bit above the letters. And the count is 1-2 on Waldron. Waldron, a pretty good hitter. .324 batting average in 22 games. Most of those games with the El Paso Diablos. 1 homer, 6 runs batted in. Curry at third base. Kinsler leads at second. Botts takes his lead off of first. Gil kicks the 1-2. Swing and a foul back. Came with that high fastball. And Waldron going after it. Trying to protect the plate with 2 strikes. Otherwise, that was not really a pitch for him to handle. It is spots like this that Gil has been able to pitch out of over his 5 games with the Travs. Another 1-2 pitch. Waldron swings, grounds it foul, past first, hit it well. A little bit ahead of an off-speed pitch, and the count stays at 1-2. Now Gil, not counting this inning, had been faced with 26 at-bats with a runner in scoring position over 5 games and allowed only 6 base hits. It's a .231 batting average against with runners in scoring position. Here's another 1-2. Missing high again. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's not missing by much.
Rodney Galloway, the home plate umpire, a man that we've talked about quite a bit over this series and over the course of this season. A little bit of a floating strike zone. Never quite sure what Rodney will call a strike in one inning and if he'll call it a strike again.
He needs to float it a little bit towards the right.
2-2. Gill missing with a couple of 2-strike pitches that were not that far off the plate. Now back to the stretch on 2-2. Mathis, the catcher, sets up right down the middle. Gill's pitch, swinging a fly ball down the right field line, headed towards foul territory. Christian Guerrero gives chase, but the ball lands in the seats a few rows. A long inning for David Gill. The next pitch will be the 8th to Waldron, and the second batter that's worked him to 8 pitches. Bases have been loaded for a while now, ever since Kinsler's single, which originally loaded the bases, and the walk scored the run. A strikeout to Perez, and now a 2-2 count to Jeff Waldron. Gill sets, and here's the pitch. Swinging a drive, foul to right field. Another high pitch that Waldron just seems to like those high pitches, whether they're in the strike zone or not. Sort of tomahawking that pitch. It's 8 pitches in the at-bat, 5 foul balls, still 2-2.
Well, I don't know particularly about Jeff Waldron, Phil, but most lefties, if you're going to get them out, you're going to get them out high because a lot of lefties have a loop in their swing, and the hole in their swing is up a little bit.
Waldron holds the bat pretty high, chokes up just a little. Here's Gill's 2-2. High fastball, and he backed him off the plate. There a little juice on that one. It reached 91 miles an hour on the radar gun. But that's ball 3 to run the count full. Had a full count on Bots and walked in, forcing a run home. Can't afford to issue another bases-loaded walk. Gill sets. Here's the payoff to Waldron. Swing and a little looper over first base. That's going to get down for a base hit to right field. Curry scores. Kinsler around third and scores. Bots tries for third. Guerrero pegs him at third base. Perfect throw by Christian Guerrero. However, that's only the second out of the inning. The RoughRiders scored twice on the single by Waldron, and the Travs lead is 5-3. Not a well-hit ball by Waldron, but for a great at-bat, you could say he deserved something positive, and Gill continued to put pitches where I think Waldron likes them, high and inside. That's the pitch that Waldron hit.
Well, David Gill really hasn't been hit hard this inning. Ian Kinsler's hit and Jeff Waldron's hit were stereo isomers of each other. Little bloops over the infield.
Yeah, now Jason Bourgeois fouls a pitch back. So the Travs had a 5-0 lead entering the bottom of the first. That lead cut to 2 runs. What was that word you used?
Stereo isomer. It's the obverse. Ian Kinsler's was a bloop to left field, and Jeff Waldron's was a bloop to right field. And they were identical, just flip-flop.
So mirror-like.
Stereo isomeric.
The 0-1 to Bourgeois on the outside corner for a called strike. Let's welcome my broadcast partner, Dennis Miller, to the broadcast.
Well, that's what happens when you're a biology major.
Guess that's what happens when you read books now and then. You learn a word. 0-2 on Bourgeois. Gill just trying to keep this lead to the next inning. Pitch outside for ball 1. 2 bloop singles, 2 ground ball singles, and 1 bases-loaded walk, equaling 3 runs for Frisco. And it'd be a lot worse if not for that outstanding throw from right fielder Christian Guerrero. Gill sets and steps away from the rubber. Waldron not taking a big lead off of first base. He's not going anywhere. Bourgeois hits .250. 2 homers, 45 runs batted in. Gill at the stretch, now the kick and the pitch. And the pitch is fouled back this way to the press box. It'll hit off the Founders Club. Somebody must have made a nice grab. I'll tell you what, the cheers here at Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark are louder for fans that make a catch than for anything that happens on the field. I think that's the same in a lot of ballparks. Something about the interactive nature of the game. Another 1-2 pitch to Bourgeois, and he'll swing, hit it shallow to right field. Guerrero got a late break. Now he finds it, comes in a few steps, and makes the catch. And that ends this rally in the first for Frisco. 3 runs on 3 base hits, and they strand a runner on. Pretty wild first inning. 8-run score, and the Travs get the best of it in the first inning. 5-3 Arkansas. Going to the top of the second on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Lead is first. Foscors down for a base hit to right field. Curries. Here's the payoff to Waldron. Swing and a little looper over first. Waldron's the payoff. Gill sets. Here's the payoff to Waldron. Swing and a little looper over first base. That's going to get down. Well, we are in for a wild game tonight here in Frisco's Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark. Travs and the Frisco RoughRiders combine in the first inning for 8 runs on 6 base hits. There were 3 walks, including 2 with the bases loaded. We're going to get some scores up to the stratosphere tonight. Travs come up in the top of the second inning, leading Frisco 5-3. And the number 9 batter, Tommy Murphy, leads off. Rudy Gomez and Alberto Callaspo follow against Kelvin Jimenez. Jimenez rocked in the first inning for 5 runs, 4 of them on a grand slam by Espedo. Murphy will lead off and take a pitch outside, ball 1. A great game yesterday for Tommy. Scored a couple of runs, had a stolen base, and a single and a walk. He also made a couple of fine plays in center. Jimenez throws a pitch to the back screen, high and outside, ball 2. Over this series, Murphy with 2 hits and 5 at-bats, a triple, and scoring 2 runs. 5 games prior, he'd been 1 for 14. So trying to poke his head close to the 250 mark, his average up to 246. Jimenez with a 2-0 fastball outside. And it's 3 balls and no strikes.
Looks like we're back in wild pitcher land.
The 3-0 right down the middle for a called strike, 3-1. Out of the 2 walks Jimenez issued in the first inning, there was never 2 strikes on any of those batters. There was a 4-pitch walk and a 5-pitch walk. Murphy swings at the 3-1 and hits a lazy fly to left field. Rashad Eldridge, a few steps towards the left field line, makes the catch. Murphy jammed on that pitch, got it off the handle of the bat high to left field, and an easy put out for Eldridge. 1 gone, and back to the top of the order, and Rudy Gomez. Gomez reaching base for the 14th time in 16 games with a first inning single. He was thrown out at the plate on the bouncer by Mathis. And Gomez takes a high fastball inside as well, 1-0. Gomez average gets up to 267 along with his 2 homers and 24 runs batted in, and he takes ball 2 from Jimenez. Jimenez has now been behind 4 batters, 2-0. Here's the pitch to Gomez. Down the middle for a called strike. Pretty hittable pitch if you're looking for it. A lot of batters look for 2-0 fastballs. 2-1 pitch. Gomez swings and misses at a pitch that was a little inside, and it's 2-2.
Well, when you're looking for the 2-0 fastball, you're right, Phil. They're looking for it, but they're looking for it in a very, very specific zone, because that's the pitch you want to really drive, because you've got a lot more chances in the at-bat.
The 2-2, high and inside, ball 3. And if I can understand the term correctly, I don't know if it was a term made up by Rudy Gomez when he won a game with a bases-loaded walk last week. He used the term keyholing. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Gomez swings, grounds it towards third base. Down towards the line is Santiago Perez. Plenty of time, and he straightens up with an accurate throw to first. And there's 2 away. I guess the term keyholing means that the keyhole of a door is so small, you're just looking for it in that one little speck of light. Anything else, you're not going after it.
Even if it's a strike. I've never heard it put that way, but that's exactly it. The way I was taught is you put a television screen around the ball and you narrow it down so it's a smaller screen.
Alberto Callaspo takes a pitch outside for a 1-0 count. Took Jimenez 7 batters to get 2 outs in the first inning, and he sets down 2 in a row to start the second. Callaspo swings at a high fastball and missed it, 1-1. Alberto, a base hit in the first inning, runs his average up to 281. 5 homers, 37 runs batted in. He'll swing at a pitch, grounded to short. Ian Kinsler there to field it, and the throw to first base will end the inning. 3 up, 3 down for Jimenez against the Travs. And so David Gill comes back to the mound in the bottom of the second. The Travs leading Frisco 5-3 here on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. David Gill comes to the mound in the bottom of the second inning, trying to hold on to a 2-run lead. Gill had his troubles in the first inning, allowing 5 men to reach base. 4 base hits, 1 walk. And now the RoughRiders send the number 8 hitter, Rick Asadorian, to lead off against Gill. 8-9-1 against Gill. Asadorian, a right-handed hitter, 4 for 8 over the series. And he swings and fouls the first pitch back to the screen, strike 1. So Gill having his trouble in the first. He hadn't given up an earned run in the first inning in any start with the Travs until today. And also hasn't allowed an earned run in the second inning yet. Wind up in the 0-1, outside 1-1. Asadorian with the 4 hits in this series, also a double and a triple. Raised his average to 238. No homers, 17 runs batted in. Gill's 1-1. Asadorian is jammed on it, fouls it over the press box, and it's 1-2. Nightfall already starting here in North Texas. Light blue sky getting just a little bit darker. Lights have been turned on and they're taking their effect. Sun nowhere to be found. And just a few clouds up in the sky. Beautiful night here in Frisco. Crowd still coming into the park. Gill's 1-2. Asadorian fouls it off again. There's been a lot of foul balls off of David Gill. And there's a lot of times you see pitchers that don't have any trouble getting to 2 strikes. They just have trouble getting that 3rd strike. That's really where you can tell if a pitcher is overpowering or not, or if they're even just tough to read. Asadorian a drive to left field in the 1-2, and he has just put Frisco to within 1 run with a solo shot. First home run at Double-A for Asadorian.
Well, usually when you give up a home run like that on an 0-2 or a 1-2 count, that is just flat out a mistake pitch that a hitter takes advantage of, because you don't want to be so much around the plate on those pitches that a batter can get that much power out of it.
3rd home run that Gill has allowed. And now Beinbring steps up. The Travs lead is down to 1 run. First pitch strike on the inside corner to Beinbrink, a right-handed hitter who enters the game hitting .260.
And I'm thinking we saw our first floating strike.
Gill's 0-1 pitch is popped back this way and over the press box. Now Asadorian hadn't hit a home run all year. Not in 59 games with Frisco, not in 15 games at AAA Oklahoma. Gill's 0-2. Fork ball down and outside, ball 1. And Asadorian, a former first-round pick of the Red Sox, cracked the 30 home run mark in his minor league career after 5 seasons. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And Beinbrink chased a slider and strikes out. Second K for Gill. That's out number 1 in the 2nd inning. We move back to the top of the order and Rashad Eldridge. So the first time through the order, Frisco hasn't had much trouble with Gill. 5 base hits, 1 homer, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. And only 1 ball that's been put into play has gone for an out. Eldridge singled and scored in the first inning and takes the first one low, ball 1. Corners come up just a little bit in case he tries to bunt, but Eldridge not much of a bunter.
Excuse me, Phil, that was a good contrast between the pitch that Asadorian hit out on 1-2 and what Andrew Beinbrink struck out on.
The 1-0 pitch is sending the air to right center field for a line drive single. Second hit for Eldridge in as many innings. And the 6th base hit off of Gill. So a 1-out single for Eldridge brings up Curry. Boy, Rashad Eldridge had a .220-something batting average after May, and is getting up to about .285, maybe a little bit higher. Curry had a ground ball base hit in the first inning, and he went after the first pitch. We'll see if he has that same aggressive attitude against Gill. And there goes Eldridge running. The first pitch is high. Mathis throws to second base and skips it. The ball ends up deflected by the shortstop Callaspo as he had to cut across second base to get to the ball, and Mathis threw it in the grass. Did not short hop him on the dirt. Otherwise, that ball might have been a little tougher for Callaspo to take. Credit Eldridge with his 9th steal and the tying run in scoring position for Mike Curry. A 5-0 lead is down to 5-4, and a base hit will tie it for Frisco. The 1-0 to Curry. Ball 2, high and outside. By this time, there might be a reliever warming up if the Travs were not short-handed. But without many options, there's no other choice but to leave Gill in and see if he can somehow work his way into a few more innings. A 2-0 count to Curry. Left-handed batter accepts a strike on the inside corner. Critical pitch for Gill to get called there, and it's 2-1. Curry 2 for 4 over the series. 284 hitter entering today with 12 runs batted in. Gill's 2-1. Called strike 2. Outside corner to even the count. No chance for a double play, so the infield is deep, especially at second. Gutierrez about a step away from the outfield. A little bit of room in right center for Curry. Gill's 2-2. Curry swings, fouls it back. Gill coming high and inside with a fastball, and once again unable to put a batter away on 2 strikes. Most of the foul balls hit off of Gill have come after the second strike of an at-bat. He was able to strike Beinbrink out on a slider. More of a fooled you pitch than overpowered you. The stretch by Gill. The 2-2. Curry takes ball 3, just missed outside. And the strike zone is floating, and Galloway starts to hear it a little bit from the Traveler dugout. You can see him glancing over to the first base dugout where Ty Boykin and Kernan Ronan watch from the fence.
I think they're also commenting on the fact that they might have seen, as I did, a little blue flinch. Meaning he was thinking about it.
The blue flinch isn't a new fish, is it? 3-2 count. Gill checking second. He kicks, he deals, and Curry stays alive with another foul ball.
The blue flinch is when the umpire's right hand just sort of, you know how you put in high school, you put an electrode on a frog's leg and it twitches?
Yeah, I still do that in hotel rooms.
Well, that's the blue flinch.
First base open, 1 away. Bottom of the second, Trav 5, Riders 4. Runner at second is Eldridge. The 3-2 to Curry. Line drive into center field, the base hit. Murphy comes up, throwing from center. Eldridge around third, and the throw is up the line. Tie game. And the ball gets away from Mathis, allowing Curry to scurry into second base. And now Frisco has the go-ahead running scoring position.
Well, I'm not sure Tommy Murphy had a play at the plate. He did come in and come up throwing nicely, but the ball tailed up the line towards third base and skipped past the catcher, allowing the runner to go to second.
A 5-0 lead has become a 5-5 tie in only 2 innings. Curry with his second base hit off of Gill, and now the top 2 batters in the order, Eldridge and Curry, are combined 4 for 4 with 3 runs and an RBI. Now Ian Kinsler steps up, right-handed batter. He swings, grounds the ball foul over the home bullpen, over the home dugout and into the crowd. The Frisco scoreboard still says 5-4 Arkansas.
I'll take it.
It's only a matter of time before they realize that they've actually tied the game. You couldn't tell by the roar of the crowd. Here's the 0-1, and it's a broken bat grounded towards shortstop. Callaspo charges in, gloves it, and throws on the run to first to retired Kinsler for out number 2. On to third base goes Curry. Now they put that run up there for Frisco. Jason Botts comes up. Boy, David Gill, and I don't think it's a matter of not having his good stuff today. His forkball's been moving some. Fastball's has a little bit of pop now and then. Just does not have very good location today. And they've been, to be fair on David, there's been a couple of real dink base hits. Botts drew a bases-loaded walk in the first inning to bring home Frisco's first run, and he pops foul out of play for strike 1 here in the second inning.
But one of the things that you brought up, Phil, and I think you're absolutely right, is David Gill has not been able to, when he's got the count, when he's at an advantage, when he's got 2 strikes, he has not been able to put the batter away.
Both batters, except for Eldridge and Asadorian and Curry, had 2 strikes, and they reach base. 0-1 to Botts inside 1-1. And let's see here. Eldridge, Kinsler, Botts, and Waldron all had 2 strikes, and they reached base in the first inning. So Gill's able to get to that second strike, just can't put them away. The 1-1, and Botts takes ball 2 high and outside. Travs scored all their 5 runs in the top half of the first inning. Kelvin Jimenez, the Frisco starting pitcher, settled down for a perfect second. But David Gill has not been able to settle down. 3 runs in the first, 2 runs in the second. Frisco a base hit away from taking the lead. 2-1 to Botts. Ball 3 outside.
He's working very carefully to Jason Botts. I don't blame him, but he's got a base open, but it doesn't look like he really wants to throw him a pitch.
Well, Botts does have a home run off of Gill this season. That was back when David was pitching with San Antonio on July 1st. In fact, that was the last batter he faced as a Mission. And Gill walks Botts on a 3-1 fastball that went high and outside. I don't think he intended to give Botts anything to hit. He was trying to get him to chase pitches outside of the strike zone and ends up issuing his second walk, both of them, to the big first baseman Botts. This will bring up Perez.
Things might not get any easier with Santiago Perez and the role he's on.
Now, there's been 2 batters that Gill has struck out. Perez was the first. Had him 1-2 before a foul ball and then struck him out on a splitter. From the stretch, Gill, first pitch, Perez takes high and inside. Had to duck underneath that one. And Gill starts off 1-0. Runners at the corners for Frisco. Curry at third base, Botts at first, and here comes Kerner Ronan once again. Once Ronan came out in the first inning after the bases loaded walk to Botts, Gill seemed to get a better sense of what he wanted to do, attack the strike zone with a little more fervor. Although he engaged in a 10-pitch duel against Jeff Waldron, Waldron collected a 2-run single, but the ball wasn't hit very well. It took Ronan walking out to the mound in order to get Gill to start to look like a pitcher that had a plan against some of the batters. And right now in this second inning, that plan, if there has been one, has not worked at all. And so Ronan comes out after he missed to Perez. The entire infield joined him on the mound, and now they go back to their positions. 1 ball, no strikes to Perez, a bat left-handed. And he swings and misses at a high pitch. Looked like that split-fingered. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, a split-fingered fastball is not going to be particularly effective up there. It's got to be down low, and it's got to dive.
1-1 count. Gill with a high set position. And a slider missing high. 2-1.
That was the pitch that David Gill got Santiago Perez on, to strike out on last time he faced him. I don't know that he'd want to throw that pitch again, because he really had him fooled, and I can't believe he'd fool him again with that.
2 balls and a strike. Gill delivers. Perez swings and flies it to center. Coming in, Tommy Murphy. Can't find it in the sky. Now he comes in, and the ball lands in front of him. Frisco takes the lead. No one covers second, and Perez trots in. Frisco takes the lead on a bloop single by Perez, and I'm not even sure to call it a bloop single. Tommy Murphy had that ball hit straight towards him in shallow center field. If he's able to find it in the sky, it's an easy out. The ball fell in front of him by only about 5 feet. And Murphy let it be known that he could not find the ball. A little bit too late for either Callaspo or Gutierrez to get out there and help him out. So credit Perez with about the cheapest double you'll ever see. An RBI double, which knocks Curry home and puts Botts at third base. Second and third, 2 outs. Frisco 6, Arkansas 5. Jeff Waldron will pop the first pitch to shallow right field, and Guerrero, with his arms out, says he can't find it. Second baseman Gutierrez, about 100 feet into right field, makes the catch. You have got to be kidding me. 3-run score in the second inning for Frisco, and just like that, a Trav 5-0 lead has become a 6-5 lead for the RoughRiders. We'll go to the top of the third inning here in the Traveler broadcast on the ticket, Total Sports 1380.
It's easy to get discount tickets to Trav games all year thanks to Ready Ice. Arkansas's #1 ice company, Willie Ice, presents Willie Ice Wednesday at Ray Wonder Field. Just pick up a discount coupon for any Wednesday Crabs home game anywhere Willie Ice is sold, like most Shell and Exxon gas stations. Bring the coupons to the crowd.
Tommy Murphy had that ball.
Murphy had a play at the plate. Murphy had a
The base hit is first way. Bottom of the second. Travs 5, Riders 4. Runner at second is Eldridge. The 3-2 to Curry. Line drive into center field. The base hit. Murphy comes up, throwing from center. Eldridge around. Tommy Murphy had that ball. No one comes in. Field delivers. Perez swings and flies it to center. Swing. Strike. Field delivers. Perez swings and flies it to center. Coming in. Tommy.
You're listening to Arkansas Travelers Baseball on the ticket. Total Sports
Well, 5 runs isn't going to do it. The Travs will need to put a few more runs on the scoreboard, and the way things are going, they'll probably need more than 7, more than 8, maybe even more than that. 6'5" RoughRiders Nick Gorneault leads off the third against Kelvin Jimenez and takes a pitch inside. Jimenez gave up 5 runs in the first inning, 4 of them on a grand slam by Jason Espido, but he sees his teammates fight back for 3 in the first, 3 in the second off David Gill. Gorneault almost hit by a pitch from Jimenez, busted him high and inside. It's 2-0. Gorneault drew a 4-pitch walk from Jimenez in the first inning and later scored on the homer by Espido. Mathis on deck, then Elward. And there's strike 1 from Kelvin on the inside corner, 2-1.
Well, that was an odd way to end an inning, Phil, wasn't it? We didn't give enough credit, I think, to Victor Gutierrez's play over the shoulder catch.
2-1 to Gorneault, high and in, ball 3.
When Christian Guerrero, right after Tommy Murphy, did not see a ball hit to him, either lost it in the lights or just didn't pick it up, the same thing happened to Christian Guerrero in right field.
The 3-1 to Gorneault, missing high, and a leadoff walk to Nick. Now, there's a lot of light poles at this ballpark. There's 4 of them in the outfield, and I believe there's another 4 in the grandstand part. 1 each past the bases at first and third, and then there should be 2 others behind the press box, and those would be the light poles that got in, whose lights shined in Murphy and Guerrero's eyes. Because other than that, there's really no other explanation for why they couldn't find the ball in the sky. Jeff Mathis takes a strike on the first pitch. Jeff bounced to the mound in the first inning for a fielder's choice in which Rudy Gomez was thrown out at home. Now, the lights here, of course, are fairly new. They all work. There's none of them burned out. 0-1 to Mathis. Pitch low, ball 1.
I'm a little surprised at Tommy Murphy. He gets a really good jump on the ball, and I'd be surprised if there was a light directly behind home plate, and that would be the one that would get in his eyes. Christian Guerrero, that really wasn't his ball. That was a great play by Victor Gutierrez. I'm not sure that Christian Guerrero would have caught up with that, even had he seen it.
The 1-1 pitch is high and inside, 2-1. Murphy has had some problems this year on fly balls in the sky, specifically with the lights. At Ray Winder Field, there's a couple of the light poles that aren't as high up as they're supposed to be, and sometimes those balls get above the lights, and therefore you don't see it once they go above the lights. The pitch to Mathis down and in, and that's ball 3. But you shouldn't have that problem here in Frisco, where the light poles are as tall as they need to be, maybe even a little bit taller. 3-1 on Mathis. Gorneault at first base, nobody out. He runs. Mathis swings and grounds it to the home dugout. Foul, strike 2.
There's a situation in Scottsdale, Arizona, Phil, at the Chicago Cubs minor league complex of Hohokam Park. The minor league fields are in a residential area, and they allowed them to build those fields with the proviso that the lights are very low. And I've played on those fields several times, and any fly ball at all at night, you lose it.
3-2 to Mathis, swinging a chopper towards short, backhand by Kinsler, goes to second and throws it away. Gorneault takes that opportunity and goes to third base. A possible double play ball, would have been a tough turn. Kinsler, however, threw it a little bit too far to the right of second base for Bourgeois to catch it. So charge an error to the shortstop Kinsler, and the Travs dodge a bullet. They've got runners at the corners and nobody out. Mathis reaching on the fielder's choice, Gorneault to third on the error. Now Kinsler had a good play getting to the ball, but I think he threw it a little too quickly, didn't set himself. It has been charged as an error on Kinsler.
I think he didn't think he had as much time as he did. He had time to set himself and make sure he threw it.
Mike Elward, the batter, he takes inside for a ball. Whatever it was that happened, Travs get their first gift of the day. And Frisco's had a couple of gifts. Elward knocked a run home by walking in the first inning with the bases loaded. He swings. It's a high fly to left field. This should tie the game. Eldridge will make the catch. Gorneault tagging, and the throw goes to second. Nick will score standing up, and this game is tied on the sac fly by Elward. The Travs take that opportunity given to them by the error by Ian Kinsler and turn it in to an unearned run. Elward with 2 runs batted in, 54 on the season. That's the first out of the inning. Mathis stayed at first, and now Jason Espedo steps up. Espedo had a 2-1 count with the bases loaded in the first when he unloaded on a fat fastball for a grand slam to right center. First pitch here, outside for a ball.
Feels like it happened hours ago.
Well, let's see. First pitch today was at 7:30. You know what? That was about an hour ago. And we're only in the bottom of the third. Espedo swings and misses at an off-speed pitch. Looked like a straight change from Jimenez. Count moves to 1-1. So the homer by Espedo was his 8th of the season, and his second against Frisco. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Another breaking ball. That one, a change that had a little bit of movement inside of the left-handed hitter. Not really a slider, maybe just a changeup that floated a little. Count is 1-2 on Espedo. It was the first base hit of the series for Espedo. He had been 0 for 7. This pitch, swing and a miss, and Espedo strikes out. Looked like that same pitch from Jimenez.
Boy, that's a good illustration of how important it is to work the count in your favor, because that didn't even look like the same batter that hit a grand slam home run on a 2-1 pitch. Jason Espedo did not look good with the count. He never had a hitter's count.
And I don't think he even saw more than one fastball in that sequence. Everything was a changeup. Christian Guerrero swings on a line drive towards left center field. Base hit. It'll roll to the fence. Here comes Mathis around second and third. He's waved around. He'll score. Christian waved into third base head first, and he is safe with a triple. The throw beat him to third, but Perez bobbled the throw, and Christian puts the Travs ahead with an RBI triple. 7-6 Arkansas.
It was this close, Phil. The umpire was waiting to see if the third baseman still had the ball in his glove, and he would have been called out.
Very good play by the left fielder Eldridge getting the ball. He's been outstanding this series in left. And also a good throw by the shortstop Kinsler on the relay, but Perez just could not handle the throw. Victor Gutierrez has to jump away from the plate. Jimenez busts him inside. So Frisco had a 6-5 lead. The Travs stormed back with 2. Credit Guerrero with his 35th RBI and his third triple. Gutierrez, a swing and a foul back to the screen, 1-1.
I want to mention again, Phil, what a wonderful play Victor Gutierrez made in the field to end that last half inning. I've been very impressed with the defense up the middle for the Travs. Shortstop and second base are playing very, very well defensively.
Gutierrez close to the plate, bat on the shoulder. He takes the changeup down and outside, 2-1. Well, Callaspo has improved recently. He'd had a lot of recent trouble at shortstop, but only 2 errors in the last 24 games. He'd made 9 errors in 8 games prior to that. Gutierrez fouls the 2-1 back to the press box, 2-2. And Victor's become very steady at second base after being tried at third and shortstop. But Gutierrez does not have the arm for the left side of the infield. And he has a good range for second baseman, and his arm is accurate enough. The 2-2 pitch sweeps down and outside. A curveball from Jimenez. Runs it full. Gutierrez hit back to the mound as the final batter of the first inning. And now he looks to put the Travs ahead by 2 runs. But if he can't do it and he reaches base on a walk, Murphy is on deck. Now the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a chopper to third base. Close to the line. Perez charges in, gloves it, and throws in the dirt to first. Botts digs it out, and that ends the third inning. Travs, however, get back in front, scoring twice on only 1 hit, 1 walk, and 1 error, which turns out to be a huge error for Frisco. Travs 7, Frisco 6. Bottom of the third comes up on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Hi, Tom Bodette. As more people find their...
Attention golfers, in just 6 short months, AJ Golf has sold over 400,000 copies of AJ Bonner's amazing...
It was this close, Phil. The umpire with...
Around. Christian did not. And I don't think he even saw more than 1 fastball in that sequence. Everything was a changeup. Christian Guerrero swings on a line drive towards left center field. Base hit. It'll roll to the fence. Here comes Mathis around second and third. He's waved around. He'll score. Christian waved into third base head first, and he is...
Hi, Tom Bodette. As more people find their special someone on the internet, Motel6.com is in the matchmaking business too. After all, that's where you'll find quick web markets, big discounts at Motel 6 that are only available online. It's how eligible travelers find the deal of their dreams, and we won't even lie about our height. I'm Tom Bodette from Motel6.com. Ready? Yeah.
Jason Bourgeois leads off the bottom of the third, takes a pitch low from David Gill. Gill back in front of the RoughRiders, thanks to a 2-run rally in the third by the Travs, and he'll miss with his second pitch. It's 2-0. The count to Jason Bourgeois. Over 2 innings, Gill has had a lot of trouble. 8 base hits, 2 walks, and 6 runs, all earned. And that pitch, ball 3 to Bourgeois. He's missed with 3 straight. Bourgeois flied out to right field, ending the first inning. Gill falls behind 3-0 and walks him on 4 pitches.
This can be one of the most frustrating types of games to play, let alone watch, let alone broadcast, because it's almost like a football game where the offense is not allowing the defense enough time to stay off the field, and the defense can't believe that the offense isn't giving them. It's a situation where there's 2 different parts of the game, the offense and the defense,
and they're sort of knocking heads against each other.
Absolutely.
Rick Asadorian steps up. He had homered to start the second inning, and he pops the first pitch up to shallow left field. Callaspo out from shortstop. He's going to take this one himself. Calls off a speedo, and Callaspo makes the catch for out number 1. There's been some trouble in the outfield today, both in center and right field, in which a middle infielder could have taken charge in making the catch. Callaspo, however, and Gutierrez on the ball that Murphy couldn't find in the second inning. Murphy didn't let them know in time for them to really get out there. Guerrero on the fly ball that Waldron hit. You knew he couldn't find it because right off the bat his arms went out. So Asadorian pops out. There's 1 away in the third. Runner at first, Bourgeois. Andrew Beinbrink steps up. He's the DH, and he struck out in the second. Right-handed batter. Entered the game at 260. First pitch, a pitch out. Mathis takes the ball and throws to first to check on Bourgeois. He was not running, obviously. Didn't even take a very large secondary lead. 1-0, the count on Beinbrink. And to be honest, the way that Gill has struggled throwing strikes, especially early in the count. You have to be a little surprised that they use the pitch out. 1-0 pitch showing bunt, and the ball is bunted foul off his foot. It's going to be a foul ball. The ball rolled in play, left side of the mound, but Rodney Galloway, the home plate umpire, quickly signaled the ball hit Beinbrink's foot, and then you could just notice Beinbrink was limping a little bit down the first base line, so it was obvious he had hit that ball off his own foot.
Now, of course, the key there is that the ball hit him while he was still in the batter's box, which makes it a foul ball. Had he started his run and the ball had hit him, he would have been out.
Gill throws to first base. Bourgeois dives in ahead of the throw. Bourgeois is the best base stealer on the Rough Rider roster. 25 steals in 32 attempts. They already have one stolen base today. Mathis has not thrown very well in this series. Bourgeois, a pretty short lead. Gill sets, kicks and delivers the 1-1. And Beinbrink wanted timeout called. The pitch missed anyway inside. 2-1. Beinbrink had sort of dropped the bat onto his right shoulder and stepped away from the plate for a second as Gill delivered that pitch.
Pardon me, Phil. I'm not sure he didn't think that missed a sign and thought that he was giving Bourgeois a chance to steal on that.
Now the 2-1 with the Bourgeois running. Beinbrink swings and fouls it back.
That's probably what it was. Somebody missed a sign on that pitch before. Either Bourgeois missed the sign and didn't go, or Beinbrink thought that there was a steal on and took a pitch. I'd sure like David Gill to throw over to first a couple of times.
Bourgeois is out to about a 5-step lead before he even gets the stretch. And now the 2-2. Beinbrink fouls it off the right side, way over the seats and on top of Chateau number 4. We're in Le Grand Chateau here at Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark. Chateaus line the seats in the outer ring of the ballpark. Not sure what else to call them. They're not ranch houses.
Is that your name for them? Le Grand Chateau?
That's what I call it.
Oh, all right, because the mixed metaphors are amazing down here.
Bourgeois runs the 2-2. Fouled off again over the seats and over Chateau number 4.
I mean, you would think that the Rough Rider name is very appropriate for a team based in Dallas, Texas, where, horses and cowboys and this, that, and the other thing. And yet one of the mascots is the Teddy Roosevelt Rough Rider, which would have absolutely nothing to do with this area.
A mishmash of meanings.
Exactly.
Bourgeois runs again. Beinbrink fouls this time into the home dugout. Gill has thrown so many pitches over his short stint today that he might not even last past the 4th inning based on pitch count alone.
Oh, he's thrown a ton of pitches.
Gill's pitch count up around 100. Bourgeois runs, and the 2-2 is popped up down the line at first base, and it's out of play.
I mean, when you think about it, Phil, he's walked a few guys, he's given up 8 base hits, but think about all of the foul balls. I mean, he's not had one easy count yet.
That has not been an easy game. Gill has his second lead to work with. The first lead was 5-0 after the top half of the first inning.
Last night, Steve Andrade gave the Travs, 2 or 3 innings, and Cam Eslinger came in for the second game in a row. Who's available?
Anybody that has a pulse today. Jonathan Rowenhurst is available. Mark O'Sullivan could come out and throw. Andrade is down after 2 1/3 innings yesterday. Another throw to first base by Gill. Bourgeois dives in safely. Gill doesn't have much of a choice except to pay attention to Bourgeois. He's been running on about half of the pitches in the sequence to Beinbrink. And this next one that's about to come will be the 9th. Long stretch by Gill, now the 2-2. Inside, ball 3.
Well, if David Gill had timed it right, he could have picked Jason Bourgeois off, because Bourgeois gave 2 real big fakes towards second base, and you can catch a guy in midair doing that.
Bourgeois taking another 5-step lead. He'll run on the 3-2 pitch, and it is swung on and fouled into the screen. That's the 10th pitch of the at-bat, and the 7th foul ball.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Jason Bourgeois is sucking a little air right now, too. He's stolen 5 bases in this at-bat.
There is some action in the Traveler bullpen with Marco Sullivan getting ready. Gill might not make it past the 3rd inning. The stretch. And the 3-2, Bourgeois runs, Bindbrink gets under it and pops it up between the lines into shallow left field. Jason Espido, with help from Callaspo, finds it in the air and makes the catch. Callaspo went about 20 feet into shallow left field, pointing all the way, and you could follow the flight of the ball by his finger, which went down with the ball right into Espido's glove. 2 outs, and boy, that might be the hardest out of not just this game for Gill, but of his season with the Travs. We need to go 11 pitches to get Bindbrink with Bourgeois running on half of the pitches. He gets that out. To the top of the order now in Rashad Eldridge, who's got a couple of singles. Left-handed, and ground a pitch into right field for a base hit. Bourgeois stops at second, and the 3rd base hit of the game for Rashad Eldridge brings up Mike Curry with a tying run in scoring position.
I sure would like Christian Guerrero to hit the cutoff man when he's supposed to, instead of showing off and throwing a third. That ball can get, skip past the third baseman, and you've created a problem you didn't need to.
What you'd also like to see is David Gill retire one of the top 2 hitters in the order. Rashad Eldridge is 3 for 3, and now Mike Curry, who takes his stance in the batter's box, is 2 for 2. So that's 5 hits in 5 at-bats for the number 1 and 2 hitters in the Frisco lineup. Curry tied the game in the 2nd inning with a single to center, and then scored the go-ahead run on the bloop double by Perez. The Travs scored twice in the top of the 3rd for a 1-run lead. Gill from the stretch. Curry swings and misses at the splitter. I don't think there's any doubt at all this will be the final inning for David Gill. Now, if he goes out for the 4th inning, and that's only if he gets out of the 3rd, I think it's more out of desperation for innings for the starting pitcher than anything else, because I'm not really sure if you can expect Gill to go out and be able to throw up a couple of zeros. 0-1 to Curry. Called strike 2 on the outside corner. Earlier, last inning, Gill threw the very same pitch on the very same spot, and it was called a ball by Rodney Galloway. And if you've been listening to these Trav broadcasts for 2 years, I've been harder on Galloway than any other umpire. And I'll tell you what, so has every other manager in this league and most of the hitters. Now Gill's 0-2 pitch. Curry takes way outside. It was here in Frisco, the final series of the 2003 season, in which the tempers with Galloway boiled up and resulted in ejections for pitching coach Keith Comstock and an ejection and a suspension for Dallas McPherson. The 1-2 from Gill. Swing and a miss on the splitter, and he strikes out Curry, and he does throw up a 0 on the 3rd inning. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left on for the RoughRiders. And the first scoreless inning for David Gill keeps the Travs in front, 7-6. We go to the 4th inning here at Dr. Pepper's 7-Up Ballpark. On the ticket, Total Sports 1380.
Ready, set, go.
3 wild innings in the books here at the Giant Soda Bottle in Frisco. And the totals read: Arkansas, 7 runs on 4 hits with no errors. And the Frisco RoughRiders with 6 runs on 9 hits and 1 error. Tommy Murphy leads off the 4th inning and hits a sharp grounder to second base. Jason Bourgeois will throw him out at first, and Murphy 0 for 2. Starts off the 2nd inning with a flyout and now starts off the 4th with a groundout. Kelvin Jimenez remains in the game after giving up a couple of runs in the 3rd inning, one of them unearned. And as a matter of fact, all of those runs in the 3rd inning are unearned, charged to Jimenez. Thanks to the throwing error by Ian Kinsler on a possible double play ball, which would have kept the Travs scoreless in the 3rd inning. But a sac fly by Mike Elwood and Christian Guerrero's go-ahead triple brought home the 2 runs. Back to the top of the order, and Rudy Gomez, he'll take a strike. Jimenez got Gomez to ground out in the 2nd inning, and now Rudy pops a fastball back into the press box for strike 2. Gomez a single to start the game, and then later was thrown out on the plate. It's his 3rd at-bat. Gomez, 3 hits and 2 walks over the doubleheader over this series. Jimenez with a 0-2 down and away, ball 1. Nobody warming up in Frisco's bullpen. Mark O'Sullivan continues to throw in the Trav pen. The 1-2 from Jimenez outside to Rudy, and that evens the count 2-2. Jimenez has shown some signs of life. He set down the Travs in order in the 2nd inning and retired 5 in a row. The 2-2 to Gomez, called strike 3 on the inside corner, and Rudy knew it. Once he took that pitch, he stepped across the plate, looked up to the sky thinking, why did I take that? And walks into the dugout, victim of the 2nd strikeout for Jimenez. 2 outs in the 4th. And here's Callaspo. But I seriously do understand why Ty Boykin is about to yank David Gill from the game. I mean, he had been in trouble from the beginning. Jimenez was in trouble from the beginning, but he's pitched fairly well ever since. Alberto Callaspo takes high and outside for a ball. Callaspo a single and a run in the 1st. Grounded out, ending the 2nd inning. And he'll take ball 2 in the dirt. 2-0.
And actually, when you think about it, Phil, you might as well bring O'Sullivan in. He's throwing in the bullpen, and it's going to be this inning or next inning anyway, no matter what David Gill does.
Jimenez missing outside, and that's 3-0 to Callaspo.
He's already thrown over 100 pitches in 3 innings. You're not going to let him go much further than that anyway.
The 3-0. Ball 4 high. 2-out walk to Callaspo. 3rd walk issued by Jimenez. The previous 2. Actually, that's the 4th walk from Jimenez. He's given up 2 to Gorneault and 1 to Mike Elwood. Well, now there's a little bit of action in the home bullpen. John Thompson warming up.
Also, not surprising, the same could be said for Kelvin Jimenez. He must be have thrown over 100 pitches.
Callaspo running on the first pitch. Gorneault swings and misses, and the throw to second is not in time. And a stolen base for Callaspo, his 12th. And he stole that base on the pitcher. Jimenez didn't even pay him any mind.
Absolutely. Didn't pay him any attention whatsoever, and got a tremendous jump on the pitcher.
Actually, that's Justin Thompson warming up in the home dugout, bullpen, not John Thompson. 0-1 the count to Gorneault. He's walked twice. This pitch is swing and a miss. And Jimenez gets ahead of Nick 0-2. Gorneault in the 1st inning walked on 4 pitches. Scored on Espito's grand slam. In the 3rd inning, Gorneault walked. Went to 3rd on the error by Kinsler and scored on the sac fly by Elwood. 7-6 Arkansas. Jimenez steps off the rubber, and out to the mound goes the catcher Waldron. A wild first 3 innings, and neither team has even gotten into the bullpen yet, and who knows what could happen. Trav Penn has had some troubles, especially O'Sullivan, the pitcher who's going to be coming in next. Mark's ERA up over 8. And Frisco's bullpen has had a little bit more success than the Trav's pen. Thompson is warming up at 2.25 ERA. 0-2 to Gorneault high.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Nick. Infield very deep. No one holds Callaspo on. He's off the bag by about 8 feet. The 1-2. Nick swings on a grounder to short. Kinsler picks it up this time. 2 steps and the throw to first base ends the inning. Travs goes scoreless on the 4th, stranding Callaspo at second base. And after 3.5 at Dr. Pepper 7-up ballpark, it's the Travs 7 and the RoughRiders 6. This is the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Bottom of the 4th, about to start here at Dr. Pepper 7-up ballpark. Though it'll take a little bit longer to get to the actual first pitch of this inning. Mark O'Sullivan has just started to throw his warm-ups after the long walk from the right field bullpen. So O'Sullivan takes over in the 4th inning after David Gill, the Travs starter, lasts only 3 innings. I haven't counted up how many pitches he threw in his 3 innings, but it's pretty darn close to 90 or 100. Giving up 6 runs, all of them earned on 9 base hits and 3 walks. Gill struck out 3 batters, but also allowed a home run and will get a no decision today. The Travs turn it over to O'Sullivan, who's been a long reliever in between stints as a short reliever. Mark with the longest relief outing of the season for any Trav pitcher, going 4 1/3 innings in a victory over Tulsa on July 9th. And while O'Sullivan doesn't necessarily have to take it 4 innings, you're going to need at least 3 from him. Trav's bullpen is very tired, very beleaguered. Not many pitchers actually available to throw today. And so O'Sullivan will need to throw up a few zeros on the scoreboard. Ian Kinsler leads off against O'Sullivan. Trav right-hander at 6'2", 200 pounds, out of Andover, Massachusetts. 4 wins, 4 losses, and an 8.08 earned run average. His first pitch to Kinsler is inside. 3, 4, and 5 batters against O'Sullivan. Kinsler is 1 for 2 with a single and a run in the first inning. Right-handed batter, and O'Sullivan gets a fastball at the knees. 1-1.
Well, I tell you, Phil, it doesn't take long to tire out a bullpen if your starters aren't going more than 3 or 4 innings, and that's been the case with the Travs.
Wind up in the 1-1, called strike 2. Nice pitch at the knees on the inside corner. We're going to take a look at yesterday's game. Joe Saunders lasted only 4 2/3 innings. Final game of the doubleheader on Thursday, Yoshi Mizuo pitched only 1 inning. And in the opening game of this series, in Thursday's doubleheader, Nick Roberts only went 3 2/3. Kinsler, a foul ball out of play. So your starting pitchers haven't gotten past the 5th inning yet in the series. So even with a day off on Sunday and a day off on Wednesday, this bullpen is tired. Kinsler, a pop-up behind the home plate area, over towards the fence and getting a few rows deep. Still 2-2 on Kinsler. Jason Botts on deck, and then Santiago Perez. The bulk of the offense for Frisco has been the top 2 hitters. The final batter Gil faced was Mike Curry, and he struck him out in the 3rd inning. That was the first time that Eldridge or Curry were retired. Kinsler, a soft fly to center field. Murphy charging in, lunging after it, and slides to make the catch. Nice grab by Murphy. And that time he had no problem finding the ball off the bat.
Yeah, that's the Tommy Murphy I saw last night. He got a really, really good jump on the ball and made a nice play. Had to get down on his knees and slid to make that catch. But he had it in his sights the whole way.
We'll put a star next to Murphy's name in the scorebook for that beauty. Taking away a leadoff single. And that's the first time in this game that Frisco's leadoff man hasn't been on base. Jason Botts steps in and swings and misses at a curveball from O'Sullivan. Now Botts has been to the place twice. He's been on base twice as well, each on a walk from Gil, including a bases-loaded walk in the 1st inning. He'll bat left-handed. He'll check a swing on a pitch that got away from Mathis. They'll appeal to the 3rd base umpire, A.J. Wendell, and he signals that Botts didn't go. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Speaking of A.J. Wendell, Phil, is Tim Ireland in the dugout today? Was his suspension for 1 game?
Oh, no. Tim Ireland was suspended for yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And not necessarily for what happened on the doubleheader. A pitch low to Botts, 2-1. It's more for the 2 bench-clearing brawls here on Tuesday night against Wichita, in which a number of suspensions were handed down to Frisco today. The 2-1 is low to Botts, 3-1.
Sort of like when John Wayne got his Oscar, it wasn't for playing Rooster Cogburn, it was for the totality of his career.
Right, and we can compare Tim Ireland to the Duke only in that way. I don't think the Duke was into essential oils. 3-1 pitch, Botts swings and fouls it off. Fouls it hard into the Chateau #1 past the home bullpen in left field. 3-2 on Botts. So Ireland, he's with the team. He was out on the field during batting practice, but he's not allowed to be in the clubhouse, in the dugout, or in the press box during the game. He has to be in the crowd, or who knows, he might just even go home. Paul Carey taking over for the 2nd straight day. Here's O'Sullivan's 3-2 to Botts. Called strike 3 on the outside corner. And O'Sullivan rings up Botts, and he sets down 2 in a row, bringing up Santiago Perez with the bases empty. Nice fastball on the outside corner. Rodney Galloway's strike zone floated on that outside black just before the pitch came.
Wasn't a bad pitch, and he actually set him up nicely for that, too, because that was probably the only fastball that Jason Botts saw.
Now Santiago Perez takes a first pitch strike, 0-1. I mentioned about some of those suspensions handed down. Ireland gets 3 games, and he got off lucky considering 2 other of his players were handed much larger suspensions. Perez takes another strike, 0-2. Julio Mosquera, well, we're not going to be seeing him anytime soon. The 32-year-old catcher was suspended for 10 games. 0-2, Perez swings and misses, and O'Sullivan takes care of him on 3 pitches. 1-2-3 go the Frisco RoughRiders in the 4th inning, and a very nice job done by Mark O'Sullivan, sending us into the 5th inning. Travs 6, Travs 7, RoughRiders 6. This is the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Welcome back to Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark. Top of the 5th inning about to start. Fans, don't forget the Travs are back in town Monday night. And Tuesday, Clunker Car Night. Brought to you by our friends over at Clear Channel Radio, the Pulaski County Auto Dealers. And we'll run through some of the places you can pick up discount tickets for Clunker Car Night on Tuesday, starting at 7:10, in which the Travs give away a used clunker car every single inning. And that includes a brand new clunker car, which came out to the ballpark today. Jeff Mathis leads off the 5th inning, and he fouls a pitch back over the screen for a strike. Travs 7, RoughRiders 6. Kelvin Jimenez back to the mound. He's given up 4 base hits and 4 walks over 4 innings, and given up 7 runs as well. 5 of them earned. Mathis, who scored twice, takes inside 1-1. The new car which came in today is a gray and rust-colored Plymouth Acclaim. Mathis, a foul ball in the ground past third, 1-2. 4 doors with 3 windows. Interior ceiling upholstery not included. A unique double-stacked rear-view mirror with script. The lane changer emblazoned between the top and bottom mirrors. This is a real highway nightmare. The 1-2 to Mathis, swinging a pop-up to the seats at first. And over to the fence is Botts, but the ball is just over the dugout. 1 row into the seats, still 1-2 on Mathis. Along with the lane changer sticker, between the top and bottom mirrors, there's a multi-hued pine tree air freshener, which dangles precariously from the lane changer. The 1-2 to Mathis, swinging a pop-up this time between the lines towards short. Kinsler drifting behind the third baseman, and he'll make the catch with one hand, and there's 1 away. The Acclaim also features not 1, but 2 National Rifle Association decals on the rear of the vehicle, and an attractive but empty women's handbag left in the trunk. So you can...
Quite a bargain.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on there for just a few scorecards at Raywinder Field. Of course, we give away the clunker cars 2 different ways. You'll get a bingo card or 2 when you come into the gate. And then there's going to be numerous Travs scorecards on sale on a bulk rate. Mike Elward steps up, swings and misses, strike 1. Elward a walk and a run batted into the first. A sac fly and an RBI in the third.
You might be better off auctioning that Acclaim and get more money for it.
The 0-2 pitch is low and outside, 1-1. Well, that's one of the great things about Clunker Car Night. You know, you win the car, we don't care what you do with it. Just get it off the lot. The 1-1. Elward takes down and outside, 2-1. And I mean, how many times are you going to have access to a woman's handbag that's just been left in the trunk of a car that you're picking up? The 2-1. Elward swings and fouls it off over the first base seats and over the Chateaus. 2-2.
Well, with 2 NRA decals on the car and a woman's handbag in the trunk, makes you wonder if maybe there was a woman attached to that handbag at one time in the trunk.
And what was in the handbag? The 2-2 to Elward. He'll swing and miss. Off speed from Jimenez. That's been the pitch that's worked for him mostly, his changeup. Strikeout number 3 for Jimenez, and there's 2 outs in the 5th. Espedo comes up next.
After the fireworks of the first 3 innings, Bill, we've settled down a little bit here.
Travs haven't scored since 2 runs came across in the 3rd inning, get back ahead. Meanwhile, Frisco scoreless in the 3rd and 4th innings. Espedo takes a strike on the outside corner. In fact, the last Trav base hit was Christian Guerrero's go-ahead triple in the 3rd inning. And that's their only hit since the 5-run 4th inning, or 5-run 1st inning. Another strike to Espedo on the outside corner. Espedo's grand slam came on a 2-1 count in the 1st inning. His strikeout came in the 3rd on a 1-2 count. So Jimenez gets ahead of him 0-2. He was just about to go to the windup when timeout was called. Espedo will step back in. Bases empty, 2 outs, and the infield plays him to pull. Jimenez winds. His fastball is high.
You started mentioning that Julio Mascara was suspended, too, for an inordinate number of games.
And that's right. Here's the 1-2 pitch. A Speedo check swing. It's outside 2-2.
What did Julio do?
Well, the reports, and this is coming from people that had seen the brawls on Tuesday. The reports were that Mascara kicked a couple of Wranglers while they were down after getting hit. The pitch high and outside to a Speedo, full count. Now, you kick players with a set of cleats, you deserve a long suspension.
That's a no-no.
And Jimenez, who's pitching today, is suspended for 5 games, which starts after this start. 3-2 pitch, a Speedo swing and a miss. Another saying he foul-tipped it off the glove of the catcher, Waldron. So he stays alive still. It's a full count. Not only that, but there were 4 other players who have been suspended for 3 games. Jason Botts, Asadorian, Meadows, and Luis Marcano, each for 3 games. Mascara and Meadows start the suspension today. Speedo swings and misses and strikes out for the second time. And Jimenez was locked down a little bit. He's only allowed 1 base runner in his last 2 innings. And he sets down the Travs in order in the 5th. So we're halfway through tonight's action. Arkansas Travelers 7, Frisco RoughRiders 6. This is the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Did you know that more than 95% of the population with the wrong size food? Did you know that your foot grows your whole lifetime? When was the last time you had your feet measured? Wearing the wrong size shoes is the #1 cause of foot problems. Wearing the top shoes will let us measure your feet and fit you properly. Your feet hurt, and you don't want your feet to hurt. Wear the top. So while you're at it, join our Hip Top Shoppers Club and receive free shoes.
You've had your eye on a certain green and yellow tractor for some time now. But here's a thought. Visit your local John Deere dealer for a simple test drive. Sit in that yellow seat and feel that rugged quality. Then run the numbers. You may find you've underrated the value of a John Deere and overrated the value of patience. After all, nothing runs like the heat. And drive the John Deere.
Travs 7, Frisco 6. Bottom of the 5th comes up, and it's Marco Sullivan back on the mound for his 2nd inning. And Frisco has a left-hander, Justin Thompson, getting ready in the bullpen. Travs scored 5 runs in the 1st inning. Frisco 3 runs in the 1st and 2nd. Travs got back on top with 2 in the 3rd. It's been scoreless ever since. Waldron leads off the 5th. For Frisco, left-handed batter, and the righty O'Sullivan starts him with a pitch on the outside corner, a changeup for a strike. 0-1. Waldron, followed by Jason Bourgeois and Rick Asadorian. O'Sullivan winds, and the 0-1 pitch to Waldron is high and outside, 1-1. We'll have a look around the Texas League on the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard, see what's going on in our loop. 1-1 to Waldron, swinging a fly ball to center field. Murphy in a couple of steps to make the catch, and there's 1 away. We're underway all across the league. San Antonio getting pounded by the Round Rock Express 9-0 in the 8th inning. The Missions start today with a 2-game lead in the West Division over the Midland Rockhounds, and Midland leads El Paso 1-0 in the bottom of the 6th. Only 1 hit allowed by the Midland starting pitcher, which was Brad Weiss, the lefty who entered today at 5-10. Jason Bourgeois takes a called strike. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and a flyout. At Driller Stadium in Tulsa, top of the 8th inning, and the Wranglers lead the Drillers 4-1. Bourgeois chops it foul down the line at 3rd, strike 2. Frisco leading the East Division by 2 games over Tulsa and Wichita, who entered today tied at 24-18.
But that tie will get broken today somehow. Wichita and Tulsa finish off their series tomorrow. And the Wranglers come right back here to Frisco for a 6-game set while Tulsa goes to Arkansas. 0-2 pitch. Bourgeois reaches, pokes it foul down the line at first. Still 0-2. Get some major league scores going on as well. Many final scores from earlier today. We'll go through the games that are in progress. One in the American League where Anaheim leads Kansas City 7-5 in the 8th inning. O'Sullivan's 0-2 pitch is high for a ball. And Kansas City today had Jim Serrano on the mound as their starting pitcher. Serrano, who tossed 2 games against the Travs for Wichita, was knocked down in the 5th inning, surrendering 4 runs on 7 hits. Bourgeois takes down and outside 2-2. Bartolo Colon is in line for the win. It would be his 6th straight, though he did give up 4 runs on 8 hits in 6 innings. He also struck out 7 batters. O'Sullivan's pitch tipped into the catcher's mitt, and Mathis holds on. Strike 3. Nice pitch. There's 2 outs. 3 strikeouts for O'Sullivan out of the 5 batters he's faced. And Rick Asadorian comes up next. Let's see what former Travs are doing today for Anaheim. Sean Figgins 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored. Adam Kennedy 2 for 3. Rob Quinlan 1 for 3 with a run batted in and a double. O'Sullivan deals to Rick Asadorian. He swings and singles into center on a sharp line drive. First hit off of O'Sullivan, a 2-out single. Asadorian with his 2nd hit of the game and his 6th of the series. To bring up Andrew Beinbrink. National League in progress right now. Colorado 8, Cincinnati 3. Vanderwall and Dunn home runs for the Reds. 34 homers for Adam Dunn. Jeremy Burnitz and Preston Wilson with homers for the Rockies. Pittsburgh 2, San Diego nothing in the 2nd in San Diego. Dodgers and Phillies scoreless in the bottom of the 1st at Dodger Stadium. There's a strike to Beinbrink, who has struck out and fly to left. Travs 7, Frisco 6, bottom 5th. We'll give all the final scores from the major leagues next inning. O'Sullivan kicks with the 0-1. Called strike 2 over the inside corner. Another changeup, and he's gone with that changeup quite a bit.
Pittsburgh-San Diego game is a little interesting, Phil. You got Wells against Wells.
That would be Kip versus David. Throw over to first base by O'Sullivan, not in time. Beinbrink, right-handed batter. O'Sullivan has him in the hole 0-2. And now the pitch is lined down the line at third base. A fair ball. Over towards the corner, hustling Espino. And he can't find the ball easily. Asadorian scores all the way from first. Now Espino gets to the ball and gets it to the infield, but way too late. Ball game tied on the double by Andrew Beinbrink.
Yesterday we had a ball go into the corner, and it did exactly the opposite. That ball hugged the corner and came back towards the field, whereas last night the same ball went into the corner and then hugged the outfield wall. There's no way of knowing how to play that, I guess.
That time it bounced back down the line. And I don't even think if Espino was able to get to the ball that he would have kept Asadorian, who runs fairly well, from scoring on the double. So the game tied once again. 7-7. Beinbrink had been 0 for 5 in the series before that RBI double. His 7th double, his 23rd run batted in. And now Rashad Eldridge will swing and line a base hit to right field, his 4th base hit of the game. Beinbrink around third, and the throw is late, and Frisco back ahead. The ball bounces off Mathis. Eldridge gets to second. Rashad Eldridge, a perfect 4 for 4. And 2 runs come across the plate after the first 2 outs of the inning.
Well, Christian Guerrero came up throwing, but the ball really sailed way up the line, and there was no chance for a play. And Jeff Mathis couldn't keep the ball in front of him. Well, he kept the ball in front of him, but it kicked away, and that allowed the runner to get to second.
Looks like they're going to charge an error on Guerrero for the throw, which sends Eldridge to second. Frisco back ahead by 1 run. Eldridge 4 for 4, 2 runs and an RBI. And now Mike Curry grounds one foul just outside first base, strike 1. Curry is 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored and a run batted in. And back to Eldridge, what a ridiculous series he is having. 8 hits in 12 at-bats, 7 runs scored. Rashad Eldridge, who started today at 283, might find his batting average up around 300 by the end of the game. And he's going to get at least a couple more at-bats, maybe 3. 0-1 to Curry. O'Sullivan misses low, ball 1. So O'Sullivan had set down the first 5 batters he had faced. And gives up hits in succession to Asadorian, Beinbrink, and Eldridge. And the hit by Beinbrink, I think, is the most disappointing, being that O'Sullivan had him on 0-2 and still gave up the tying base hit. 1-1 to Curry, left-handed batter. We've got Eldridge leading from second base, and O'Sullivan deals and misses inside with a breaking ball. 2-1. By no stretch of the imagination is this game over. Although if you look at the scoreboard, you'd see that Frisco has 12 hits to the Travs 4. How have the Travs actually stayed in the game with numbers that ridiculous? Curry fouls another pitch off this time, and it's 2-2.
Well, a grand slam homer is a pretty efficient way of scoring 4 runs, especially if 2 of those guys were on walks.
But I think you have a warning sign out there right now. The last 2 runs the Travs scored were unearned. They've scored 7 runs on 4 base hits, meaning that they've been able to take advantage of Jimenez's wildness. Now, that doesn't mean that Thompson, who's going to come in next, is going to pitch that wildly. Meanwhile, Frisco has had very good swings against Gill and now against O'Sullivan, and they've scored their runs, earning every single one of them. O'Sullivan sets, kicks, and delivers a 2-2. Change-up, called strike 3 on the outside corner. And that ends the 5th inning for Frisco, but they rally back to take the lead with 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 error, and a runner stranded at second base. 5 innings complete tonight in Frisco. The RoughRiders 8 and the Travs 7. This is Traveler Baseball on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Rashad third. Eldridge batted in. And now Rashad Eldridge will swing and line a base hit to right field. Batted in. 5 in the series for that RBI double. His 7th double, his 23rd run batted in. And now Rashad Eldridge swing and line a base hit to right. Back in Frisco as the RoughRiders have put themselves ahead for the second time by 1 run, scoring twice with 2 outs off Marco Sullivan in the bottom of the 5th inning. And so Frisco leads the Travs 8-7 as we get to the top of the 6th inning.
Phil Elson with you here on the Ticket Total Sports 1380 alongside my father Howard Elson joining us on the broadcast tonight. New pitcher out on the mound for Frisco. Lefty Justin Thompson joins the ball game. He replaces starter Kelvin Jimenez, who finishes the game strongly. Set down the last 4 batters he faced. Now Thompson, a left-hander. Christian Guerrero fouls his first pitch away for a strike. Thompson, a former All-Star in the American League with Detroit in 1997. And he pitches low and outside to Guerrero, 1-1. Thompson missed the entire 2001 season. After appearing in only 3 games in 2000, he'd had left rotator cuff surgery, which forced him out for pretty much all of 3 seasons. And now trying to fight his way back to the majors. 2 balls and a strike to Guerrero. Christian tripled his last at-bat, and he bounces the 2-1 up the middle for a base hit. It'll be a leadoff single for Christian Guerrero, and he's 2 for 3. Thompson, 6'3" left-hander out of Spring, Texas, weighs 224 pounds. This is 14th appearance at Frisco. 2 wins and a loss, and an ERA of 2.25. He's 31 years old. A former first-round pick by Detroit in 1991. And pitching middle relief at Double-A, trying to get back to the majors. Victor Gutierrez. First pitch swinging and a foul back, strike 1. The base hit by Guerrero was the Travs' first since his RBI triple in the 3rd inning. 5th hit overall. 3 of them came in the 1st. Gutierrez has grounded out 2 times. Once to the mound and once to the 3rd baseman. He shows bunt. Bunts it down the first base line, picked up by the pitcher. And Thompson throws to first base. Botts stays on the back for the out. Throws to second. Almost got Guerrero. Guerrero made a wide turn away from second base, about 4 steps off the bag. And Botts alertly caught that out of the corner of his right eye. And Guerrero barely missed getting picked off the bases. The sacrifice bunt works anyway. Play is 1-3 at first. A good play by Thompson, the pitcher. As I'm not sure if the corner infielders are really ready to charge on that bunt. It sets up a game-tying situation with Tommy Murphy at the plate and the tying run at second, and he'll take a pitch high and inside from Thompson. So Jimenez, the starter last 5 innings, gave up 7 runs, of which 5 are earned on 5 hits and 4 walks. Actually 4 base hits and 4 walks. He struck out 4 batters and allowed 1 homer. Murphy swings and misses. He's batting right-handed now. He was 0 for 2 against the right-hander Jimenez, flying to left and grounding to second. Thompson pitches from the 3rd base side of the rubber. Here's a pickoff throw to second. Guerrero beats the throw. I tell you what, Christian hasn't been picked off yet, but I'd say no other Trav comes as close as Guerrero does.
He was playing with fire out there. That wide turn was ill-advised, and he just about got caught off second base on that one.
Murphy flies a ball down the right field line, and it's foul into the bullpen. Strike 2. One thing about Christian is I think he can actually get away with being a little bit further off the bases because he's got such a long body. 6'5", and his arms are so long that his knuckles almost scrape the ground if he bent over a couple of feet. He has those long arms and long legs, as if he can stretch back in there. Thompson sets, kicks, and delivers. Murphy takes strike 3 on the inside corner.
Well, that was a major league pitch, Phil. Justin Thompson threw that almost like a left-handed Greg Maddux that we talked about before the game started, where that ball started inside off the plate and came back and caught the inside corner.
Every once in a while now you'll see something from Thompson that reminds you that this guy was a very good pitcher for a very bad 1997 Detroit team. There's a pitch for a strike to Gomez. Rudy is 1 for 3. Thompson in 97, 15 wins. In 98, 11 wins. That 98 Tiger team won only 65 games. The stretch by Thompson in the 0-1. Down and in to Gomez. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tying run at second, that's Guerrero. Gomez knocked home a run yesterday. And more often than not, it's been a struggle with runners in scoring position. 4 for his last 30 with a runner in scoring position. Here's the 1-1. Slow curve, called strike 2. Another major league pitch from Thompson. Late break on it, and a little bit of sharpness to it. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Gomez. 2 outs, top of the 6th. The pitch. Swinging a comebacker off the mound towards second baseman Bourgeois. Charging in, he gloves it and gets Gomez at first. 1-4-3 goes the play, and if Thompson doesn't slow that ball down with his foot, it's into center, and Guerrero scores. But it's nothing more than a bunt. Travs scram the tying run in scoring position. Go to the bottom of the 6th, trailing Frisco 8-7. This is Traveler Baseball on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Traveler Baseball is brought to you by Ice Cold Miller Lite. If you're counting carbs, Miller Lite contains half the carbs of Bud Light, and Miller Lite tastes great. Grab an ice cold can of Miller Lite at Raymonder Field, Clunker Car Night, Tuesday, August 10th. Get your $3 tickets at a Little Rock area Exxon station, as it's also Exxon Family Discount Night, but there's plenty of other places to pick up a discount ticket for Clunker Car Night. We'll run through those locations this inning. It's 8-7 Frisco, and the leadoff batter in the 6th inning is shortstop Ian Kinsler. He'll take a first pitch strike. Marco Sullivan back on the mound. He gave up 2 runs on 3 hits, all with 2 outs in the 5th inning. Kinsler takes outside on a slider, 1-1. Many of the Little Rock or Pulaski County auto dealers have $3 discount tickets. The 1-1 to Kinsler. Ball 2 low, 2-1. Dale Honda, Little Rock Dodge, Crane Chevrolet, North Point Nissan, Russell Chevrolet. O'Sullivan winds, and the 2-1 pitch is cracked a ton deep down the left field line. That, however, is nothing more than a foul ball. And another foul ball home run hit by Kinsler. Too bad for him. Those angles are 90 degrees. Otherwise, if the field was stretched out a little bit further, he might break a single-season home run record in this league.
Somebody's got to move him off the plate, because
Sullivan with a 2-2, high fastball, full count.
I really don't think he needs to cover the outside corner of the plate that badly that he can't control the inside part of the plate. Like I said before, Phil, he can hit a ball hard on the inside part of the plate without pulling it foul. There's no way he can do it.
3-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right center field. Into the gap going Guerrero, and he lunges out. Couldn't catch it. It's in that gap. It'll be a double for Kinsler as he sprints into second.
That's where his power is middle to the outside of the plate, and that's what he did. He went nicely with an outside pitch, but I think he'd be an even better hitter if he moved back a little bit and gave up a little of the outside part so that he could hit the inside pitch with authority fair.
Kinsler's second hit of the game, his 15th double since joining Frisco in early June, and that's 13 base hits for the RoughRiders. And Trav pitchers have combined to toss only 5 innings, giving up 13 hits. Jason Botts steps up. Trav's down by a run, and from the stretch, the pitch is flied high to left center, coming into Speedo. He finds it, reaches up, and makes the catch. And Botts is out number 1. He's also 0 for 2. Other places to pick up $3 discount tickets for Clunker Car Night. North Point Toyota, Sherwood Pontiac, Fletcher Dodge, Watney Chevrolet, Landers Toyota, and North Point Ford. Some of the cars that are now sitting in the parking lot at Raywinder Field, ready for you to take a look at them. 1989 Great Purple Toyota Corolla, a 90 Hyundai Elantra, a 1980 mustard yellow Ford Fairmont. Here's Santiago Perez. He'll take a ball down and in. Also a 91 Chevy Cavalier, an 82 beige Ford Mustang, and a 92 teal Ford Taurus. And the ones we told you about today, the gray and rust-colored Plymouth Acclaim, complete with the lane changer and 2 NRA stickers. Pitch outside to Perez, 2-0.
Almost reminds me of the first car I ever had, Phil.
Studebaker, right?
1960 Studebaker Lark.
With a hole in it.
Yeah.
Mom still tells me about that. The 2-1, and Perez lofts into right center for a base hit. Kinsler around third base. He'll score. The throw goes to second, and the RoughRiders get ahead by 2 runs. Perez knocks in Kinsler with his second base hit of the ball game. And now you just get the sense that Frisco might start to pour it on a little bit thicker. They haven't been slowed down at all, except for a stretch in the 3rd and 4th innings when Gill and O'Sullivan combined to allow just 2 base runners over those 2 frames. But other than that, Frisco with rallies in the 1st, 2nd, and 5th innings, and now they try to rally in the 6th, 1-run home. Perez, 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs today. And this is Jeff Waldron with a line drive base hit to left field. Perez tries for third. Jason Espedo throws late, and now to second base. Going Waldron. He's safe. So Waldron goes after the first pitch he sees and lines a base hit to left. It'll be a single, and he goes to second on the throw to third. And things continue to unravel. Vernon Ronan out of the dugout. And just now, a Trav pitcher started to warm up in the bullpen. And it looks like left-hander Jonathan Rowenhurst getting loose.
Santiago Perez actually challenged
that's Espedo.
Jason Espedo out in left field and got away with it. That really shouldn't have been a man on third with a base hit to left field.
Didn't seem like Espedo was expecting Perez to turn that corner, and it caught him by surprise. So that's 15 base hits for the Frisco RoughRiders. 6 of them off of O'Sullivan. And he's only faced 10 batters, given up 6 hits. 1 run home in the 6th inning. 9-7 Frisco, and now runners at second and third with only 1 out. And Jason Bourgeois stepping up. The infield must come up. Ty Boykin has no choice. He's got to cut down a run at the plate. Bourgeois, right-handed batter, is 0 for 2 with a walk, a strikeout, and a flyout today. O'Sullivan from the stretch. First pitch, Bourgeois takes low for a ball. O'Sullivan has been starting many at-bats with a slider or a changeup. And his first pitch to Waldron was a fastball that he had no trouble with, lined it into left center. Third base Perez, Waldron at second. O'Sullivan's 1-0 pitch on the inside corner, and it's that same changeup for strike one. Little bit of downward movement by that pitch for O'Sullivan. To the stretch, the check at third. Now the pitch. Bourgeois pops it up on the infield. Behind second base, Gutierrez to short right field. He'll make the catch for out number 2. And that's a huge out for Mark O'Sullivan. Clutch out. Well, this inning not finished yet. Rick Asadorian will step up to the box. Asadorian having a very good series at the plate with 6 base hits and 11 at-bats. 3 of them going for extra bases, including his first home run of the year. And he led off the second with a solo shot off of David Gill. And he started the 5th inning rally with a 2-out single to center. Scored on the double by Beinbrink. Asadorian collects his thoughts and now steps into the box. Almost straight away, just about a half an inch or 2 open. First base is unoccupied. Then at second and third. O'Sullivan delivers. Nice pitch. He got Asadorian on a check swing. Strike one. And went back to that changeup on the first pitch. Now, it's not a bad idea. You just don't want to fall in love with it too much. But on the other hand, getting strikes with it, keep it out of the middle of the plate. It's a tough pitch to hit. 0-1 count. O'Sullivan ready. He deals. Asadorian fouls it back, and O'Sullivan ahead 0-2. Seven runs, 5 hits, and an error for the Travs. Frisco, 9 runs on 15 hits with 1 error. Now O'Sullivan ready. He's ahead 0-2. And now the pitch. Swing and a miss, and he strikes out Asadorian on a slow breaking ball. And that ends the 6th inning. Frisco gets 1 more run on 3 base hits. They spread 2 in scoring position. And after 6 innings at Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark, the RoughRiders lead the Travs 9-7. This is the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Six innings in the books at Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark, and the Frisco RoughRiders lead the Travelers by a score of 9-7. Phil Elson along with Howard Elson here with you on the ticket. Total Sports 1380 and the Trav website Travs.com. Travs had themselves a 5-0 lead after the top of the first inning, but the big problem today is getting outs on Frisco. 7 runs for the Travs on 5 hits, 9 runs for Frisco on 15 hits. Travs shortstop Alberto Callaspo takes a pitch high to start the 7th inning. Justin Thompson back on the mound for his 2nd inning of work. 2, 3, and 4 batters. And Callaspo with a fly ball on the 1-0 pitch to shallow left center field. It'll get down for a base hit in front of Rashad Eldridge, who came in quickly for that ball. One hops in, and Callaspo is 2 for 3 with a leadoff single. Travs had the leadoff man reach base in the 6th inning, couldn't bring Guerrero around. And now you get Gorneault and Mathis, then Elward. And let's see if the Travs can't do a little damage here against Justin Thompson.
It's a good start, Phil, and the Travs are certainly not out of it.
Gorneault swings, a chopper to third base, close to the line. Perez backhands, goes the long way to first, and retires Gorneault. 5-3. On the second goes Callaspo.
Interesting, though, that even at this level, at the AA level, in the last 4 games, the Travs have faced 3 pitchers with significant major league experience.
Well, with the first 2, that was Callaway and Brocail, both on rehab assignment, and I think that said more about the proximity of Frisco to their major league affiliate, just 40 minutes down the road in Arlington. Well, you know what, you're right, especially in this division. The Travs see a lot of major leaguers down on rehab, especially with Wichita being the #1 rehab place for the Kansas City Royals. Jeff Mathis, a drive deep to left field. Way back to the fence, and he has tied the game. A 2-run homer for Jeff Mathis. Number 14 for him, and we're tied at 9.
You know, I was just about to say that the difference between the major league pitching and even good AA pitching is how crisp some of the break-in pitches look and the command that these guys have. And here Justin Thompson just lays one in for Jeff Mathis to hit out of the ballpark.
So Mathis with homers in back-to-back games. 49th and 50th runs batted in for him. He scored 3 times today. And just like that, the Travs tie it up on the home run. Now Mike Elward steps in against Thompson. From the stretch, Thompson delivers to Elward, and he'll take a first-pitch strike.
That was a nice jolt, Phil. Not only how hard Jeff Mathis hit that ball, but to get the Travs back into the game when really it looked like there was a little bit of a lull in the Travs offense.
Thompson's 0-1. Fastball on the inside corner. Strike 2 called.
Especially considering that they were facing yet another ex-major leaguer. Former major leaguer.
Well, they needed a jolt. In the 4th, 5th, and 6th innings combined, only 1 base hit. The 0-2 to Elward. Swing and a foul ball. Just got a piece of a curve. Still 0-2. In the first 3 innings, Travs had 4 base hits, including the grand slam by Espedo. Had plenty of base runners. 3 walks, 4 hits. Only 2 base runners through the 4th, 5th, and 6th inning. And they really needed to start doing something. Elward, a little blooper, shallow center field, out from shortstop Kinsler, and he makes the catch over the shoulder. Nice job by Kinsler, showing a good bit of range. And fearlessness, going out with a center fielder charging right for him. So 2 outs. Elward is 0 for 2. And here comes Jason Espedo. You know, we mentioned about Wichita being the #1 place for Kansas City to send their rehabbing pitchers and position players. Tulsa earlier this year, in the last week, during the pennant chase in the first half, got Larry Walker and Preston Wilson on rehab in the same game, no less. Espedo takes low and away for a ball. And then the RoughRiders have had Brian Jordan, Herbert Perry, Chan-Ho Park, all on rehab. Travs have never had a rehabbing major leaguer since joining Anaheim, and it's never going to happen. Espedo flies down the left field line very shallow for left fielder Eldridge, and he makes the catch. That'll end the Travs 7. But a 2-run homer by Jeff Mathis puts the Travs to a 9-9 tie. 7th inning stretch time in Frisco. And this is Trav Baseball on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Difference between the major league pitching and
being the down the road, especially trucks in more about Proximity of Frisco to their Major League affiliate, just 40 minutes down the road in Arlington. But you know what, you're right, especially in this division. The Travs see a lot of major leaguers down on rehab, especially with Wichita being the #1 rehab place for the Kansas City Royals. Jeff Mathis, a drive deep to left. Jeff at the game. Especially with Wichita being the #1 rehab place for the Kansas City Royals. Jeff Mathis, a drive deep to left field. Way back to the fence, and he has tied the game. A 2-run homer for Jeff Mathis. Jonathan Rowenhurst has entered the game to pitch in the bottom of the 7th inning for the Travs after Jeff Mathis ties the game with a 2-run homer off Justin Thompson in the top of the 7th. So a seesaw battle right now in the middle of the seesaw. Travs had a 5-0 lead thanks to a bases-loaded walk and a grand slam by Jason Espedo after the first inning. Frisco scored 3 runs in the first, a bases-loaded walk and a 2-run single by Waldron. 3 in the second inning on a solo homer by Asadorian and RBI hits by Mike Curry and Santiago Perez. Although the Travs got back in front by a run in the 3rd inning on a sac fly by Elward and an RBI triple by Christian Guerrero, Frisco got back in front, scoring twice in the 6th inning and twice in the 5th inning and once in the 6th. And now Mathis ties the game in the 7th with his 14th home run. Andrew Beinbrink leads off and takes outside from Rowenhurst. Rowenhurst replaces Mark O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan goes 3 innings and surrendered 3 runs, all earned. Beinbrink doubled a run home off of O'Sullivan in the 5th inning, and he'll take a strike from the lefty. 1-1. 6 hits off O'Sullivan. He didn't walk anybody. He struck out 4. Beinbrink is 1 for 3, a right-handed batter. Rowenhurst throws a pitch that got away from him and all the way to the screen. 2-1. So Rowenhurst, the 3rd Trav pitcher tonight, after David Gill lasted just 3 innings. O'Sullivan able to match him with 3. Rowenhurst swings into action with a 2-1 pitch. Low and outside. 3-1. Team leading, 44th appearance for Jonathan. A 6'2 lefty from Anaheim. 4 wins, 7 losses, 9 saves. Beinbrink swings at the 3-1, fouls it back, strike 2. Top of the order up next, Rashad Eldridge on deck. He is 4 for 4 today. And Mike Curry after him. Rowenhurst kicks and delivers the 3-2. Called strike 3. Fooled him on a fastball. Beinbrink didn't even flinch. Right at the knees, and Rowenhurst strikes out his 55th in 58 2/3 innings. 242 batting average against. Rowenhurst entered the game on Thursday in the nightcap with a scoreless inning. It makes his 2nd appearance of this series. Back to the top of the order, and Rashad Eldridge. Eldridge having a ridiculous game and an even crazier series. First pitch low and away for a ball. Eldridge has been up to the plate 4 times. He's had 4 singles today. Knocked home a run with a single in the 5th inning. Scored a run in the 1st and 2nd. He's got 8 hits in 12 at-bats this series with 7 runs scored. The 1-0 from Rowenhurst. Low and inside, and it's scooted away from the catcher. It's 2-0.
Well, you couldn't tell it from the last 2 pitches, Phil, but Jonathan Rowenhurst seems to have very good control according to his statistics. He's only walked 18 batters in almost 60 innings and struck out 3 times as many.
Here's the 2-0. Eldridge swings and a ground ball to the hole. It's short. That's his 5th base hit as it bounces into left field. 5 singles for Rashad Eldridge.
This is a guy who in the first half of the season had one game with 3 base hits, and it was the second to last game of the first half. He was hitting .211 after the first half of the season. And with this 5th base hit, he's going to get up to 300. Had a 13-game hit streak stopped yesterday, and I think that might have ticked Rashad off a little bit. Here's Mike Curry, who struck out in his last 2 at-bats after singles in the first and second. Rowenhurst, a good look at first, and his first pitch to Curry hits the outside corner. Strike 1 called.
Rowenhurst, like a lot of lefties, seems to have a lot of movement on his ball, too.
And he's got that funky
double kick.
Pitching motion. Yeah, a kick back and a kick forward. He looks like a old-style field goal kicker. Here's the 0-1. Fastball just off the outside edge. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, he can't get away with it with a guy on base, but when he's in his full windup, it is kind of funny how he sort of slings his leg back one way and then brings it forward for the more conventional windup.
And I think it's part of the leg kick that twists his body in certain motion that also means he'll get movement on the fastball. Runner goes. Pitch outside. Mathis throws to second. Offline. And a steal for Eldridge, his second. And his 10th of the season. And Mathis had some mustard on the ball, but the mustard made it tail outside.
Yeah, tailed outside. Alberto Callaspo made a nice play. He had to go to the second base side of second base. Or the first base side of second base, pardon me. But then once he got the ball, he tried to tag the runner backwards. Just missed him.
So once again, a runner in scoring position for Curry. He's had a man in scoring position in all but one of his at-bats. That was in the first inning when he singled after Eldridge had a base hit. Mathis had a little talk with Rowenhurst on the pitcher's mound. And now back behind the dish. Eldridge leads away from second. Rowenhurst, the ball still behind his back, peers in, timeout called. Curry, not much power. The power he has is to right center field, and that's where the gap has opened up. To the stretch, Rowenhurst, and now the 2-1. Low and outside, 3 balls and a strike. To the left-handed center fielder, Mike Curry. Game tied at 9, last of the 7th.
There really is a hole in the power gap in right field. Tommy Murphy is playing him on the shortstop side of second base. And Christian Guerrero's almost playing in the pull.
And Rowenhurst still can't find the sign. Curry has timeout called. 4:09 to dead center field. It's got to be a pretty quick poke to get it out there. 364 to the left field alley. There's no marker on the right field alley, though you could estimate it's around 370 feet. 335 down both lines. 8-foot fence all the way around. Rowenhurst sets. The 3-1 pitch. Curry takes ball 4 high and inside. And that's a walk to send Curry to first base. Eldridge stays at second. Only 1 out. Ian Kinsler comes up. A rare walk for Rowenhurst, the 19th he's allowed. And it's been a while for Rowenhurst since he'd last walked a batter. There have been 5 appearances. And that does count. His blown save on Monday against Tulsa when he allowed 4 runs and 5 hits without retiring a batter in the 9th inning. Ian Kinsler steps up to the plate. He had doubled and singled today, scoring twice. Rowenhurst starts him with a fastball in the inside corner. Strike 1. Now that was a pitch that Kinsler you would think might be going after. But on the other hand, he'd do nothing more than just pull it foul. Just about everything he has hit today has gone foul. But he's also doubled into right center in his last at-bat. Bloop single in the first. Rowenhurst skips a pitch in front of the plate. Mathis shifts to the left and blocks it. The ball rolls out in front of the plate, and the runners hold. A ball and a strike to count to Kinsler. Tie game, 9 apiece. Mathis with a home run at the top of the 7th to tie it up. has not been a double play turn today. Rowanhurst has had only one behind him all year. The stretch, Rowanhurst checking second, and he'll turn away towards second base. No one was there for a throw. Eldridge gets in there standing up. Very good speed on the bases for the RoughRiders. Eldridge 5 steps away from second. Curry the same lead from first. Gutierrez coming over from second base. Now he backs up and Rowanhurst deals the 1-1. And it's ripped towards the gap, towards the corner and left. Foul.
What a surprise.
Just another hard hit foul ball by Ian Kinsler.
Well, Ian Kinsler's got really, really good bat speed, and that's the reason that they're foul, because any inside pitch, he's actually hitting with the good part of the bat. But you can imagine on an inside pitch like that, to be able to get around on it, it's not going to go anywhere fair. The only thing he can do is hit the ball off the fists there inside. He's better off hitting those balls foul, waiting for the pitch that he can drive.
Big pitch here, the 1-2. Swing and a grounder foul. Went with a curveball to Kinsler. Hit it off the end of the bat to the third base dugout. And Mathis wants to talk about this sequence again. He and Rowanhurst have had to chat quite a bit on how to pitch to Kinsler. Nobody warming up in the Trav bullpen. Stephen Rowe has started to loosen in the Frisco pen. Justin Thompson probably finished after a couple of innings. Home plate umpire Rodney Galloway finally walks out to the mound to break up the conference with Mathis and Rowanhurst talking about it all the way. And now Jeff joins Rodney back behind home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ian Kinsler. He would have 3 base hits today if not for a nice sliding catch in center by Tommy Murphy. Jason Botts waits on deck. Rowanhurst now finds the sign. To the belt on 1 and 2. Now the kick and the pitch. Swing and a miss on a curveball. The ball falls in front of Mathis. Throwing to third. Eldridge gets in there underneath Rudy Gomez. So he'll advance on a wild pitch. But that is out number 2 of the inning on Kinsler. Second strikeout of the inning for Rowanhurst, but also charged him with a wild pitch. Eldridge to third base, but Curry stayed at first.
Well, it was actually a good selection of pitches, and I wonder if Jeff Mathis wasn't talking to him about that. As quick a bat as Ian Kinsler has, probably better off on a 2-strike pitch to throw him something off speed, which he did, and he fooled him, but the ball was in the dirt. So we end up with an out, 2 outs, and first and third.
Jason Botts stepping up. Had the bases loaded in the first inning. And he drew a walk. Also walked in the second, but since then, O'Sullivan caught him looking in the fourth and got him to fly to left field in the 6th. Curry runs on the first pitch. Mathis instead throws to third. Rudy Gomez wasn't ready for it. He was behind third base. Luckily, the throw got to him anyway. Credit Curry with a stolen base. His 11. Count 1-0 to Botts. So now instead of a single bringing in 1 run, it's a guarantee to score 2 runs. 1 ball, no strikes to count on Botts. He'll bat right-handed against Rowanhurst. 9-9 is the score, bottom 7. Rowanhurst sets. Here's the 1-0. Botts takes inside.
Well, that pitch that where the runner stole second, there's a lot of different ways to play that, but one of them is not the third baseman staying at his position about 15 feet behind the bag and taking the throw.
Yeah, the fake throw to second and the throw to third is part of the play.
Sure.
But usually the third baseman is there.
Well, you can throw back to the pitcher. You can throw 3/4 of the way with either the second baseman or the shortstop cutting the ball off short, or you can throw to third base and see if you can catch the guy off.
2-0 pitch. Botts takes a strike on the outside corner.
And that's usually something that would be called from the dugout, or the catcher would call which play is going to be used. And in some case, well, in a lot of cases with 2 outs, you're going to throw through.
Two balls, 1 strike. To the belt, Rowanhurst. He deals. Botts swings late, fouls a fastball away. over down the first base line and over the bank of seats towards the Travs bullpen. It is 2-2 on Botts. Now, Botts has been a killer against the Travs this season with 6 home runs and 18 RBIs. Fairly harmless today, except for the bases-loaded walk in the first inning. Can Rowenhurst send us to the 8th inning, still tied? To the belt. Now to the plate. Curve down and in, and that'll run it full.
Well, I wouldn't give him something too good to hit because he's got a base open.
Santiago Perez waits on deck. And it doesn't get much easier if you go to Perez because he is a switch hitter and will bat right-handed.
Right, but with his control, at least statistically, you create a force at every base and not much threat of a walk.
Rowenhurst with a payoff and Botts all over it. A deep drive to center. Backing at Murphy. He has room and he makes the catch. And Rowenhurst gets out of the 7th inning. Stranding runners at second and third bases. 7 in the books. 9-9 tie. Top of the 8th comes up on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. A tight ball game at the Giant Soda Bottle in Frisco, Texas. Travs and RoughRiders tied at 9. We go to the 8th. And Christian Guerrero leads off. Justin Thompson remains in the game. And 2 Frisco relievers are throwing in the pen. Lefty Eric Burke along with the righty Stephen Rowe. Thompson delivers and Guerrero swings and misses at a changeup. Gutierrez and Murphy will follow. Now Thompson in his 3rd inning. He gave up a single and a home run to Jeff Mathis in the 7th to tie the game. From the stretch, Thompson delivers the 0-1, and Christian pops it over the first base seats. And that is strike 2 to Guerrero. Christian 2 for 3 with an RBI triple in the 3rd inning and a single to start the 6th. Thompson with an 0-2. Christian fouls it away. Fastball that he tipped a little bit, rolling behind the plate now. Still no balls, 2 strikes. 9 runs on 7 hits, 1 error for Arkansas. Frisco 9 runs on 16 hits with 1 error. Guerrero swings and a fly ball to shallow center field. It'll be the second baseman Jason Bourgeois making the call, and he makes the catch for out number 1. Guerrero now 2 for 4. Victor Gutierrez up next. Get some final scores from around the major leagues. We'll start in the National League where the Chicago Cubs defeated San Francisco 8-4 at SBC Park. Greg Maddux won his 300th career game, 11th of the season. 95th win as a Cub. Of course, there's 205 wins as a Brave. Gutierrez, a foul ball, out of play, strike one. St. Louis beating the Mets 2-1. Yadier Molina with a game-winning single in the bottom of the ninth inning. Larry Walker got a pinch hitting appearance, and later was intentionally walked in the ninth. There's a strike to Gutierrez as he shortened up and showed bunt. 0-2 the count. Braves over the Diamondbacks 6-2. Paul Bird, the winning pitcher, he's 4-3. 0-2 pitch, and Gutierrez pops it over the first base dugout. Still 0-2. Florida Marlins get a grand slam from Jeff Conine, and good performance in his debut, Ishmael Valdez. 5-0 Marlins over Milwaukee. Valdez 6 scoreless innings for his 10th win. 0-2, swing and a miss. Gutierrez out on strikes. Four in a row set down by Thompson. Montreal winning 8-3 at Houston. John Roush with the win after that trade from the White Sox. Was called up from the minor leagues and dealt some pretty good ball. Out pitches Andy Pettit for his first win of the National League. Pettit returns from the elbow injury. Pitched fairly well and no decision. 2 runs, 6 hits, 5 innings. Chad Harville took the loss. Montreal scored 4 runs in the 7th inning to get ahead for good. 4 RBIs for Alex Gonzalez, who was traded from Chicago. Colorado 9-5 winners over the Cincinnati Reds. And those are the National League final scores. Pittsburgh 2-0 over San Diego in the 5th inning. And Philadelphia trails the Dodgers 2-0 in the 5th in Los Angeles. Little visit on the mound for pitching coach Steve Luber to talk with Thompson. He leaves him in to face Tommy Murphy, who's 0 for 3. Showing bunt, Murphy takes a ball low, 1-0. In the American League, they're all final scores, and the Angels defeat the Kansas City Royals 7-5. Bartolo Colon won his 6th straight decision. He's 11-8. Troy Percival save number 20. Murphy is swing and a miss, 1-1. Boston 7, Detroit 4. Pedro Martinez with 11 strikeouts for his 12th win. Indians scored 3 times in the 9th inning. Matt Lawton with a home run as part of that 9th, and the Indians beat the White Sox 6-5. Foul ball by Murphy, 1-2. Seattle 5-2 winners at Tampa Bay. Miguel Olivo with a 3-run homer in the 2nd inning for Seattle, his 10th. Baltimore 3-1 over Texas. The Yankees shut out Toronto 6-0 on 6 hits. El Duque moves to 4-0. And Minnesota stuns Oakland 4-3. Murphy grounds to third. Perez right there to field it. He'll take care of that. And Thompson takes care of the Travs. 1-2-3 in the 8th. Last of the 8th comes up as we are tied at 9. This is Arkansas Traveler Baseball on the Ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Let's go. Miller, pick up. Miller Company,
Jonathan Rowenhurst back on the mound to pitch the bottom of the 8th inning here in Frisco. Arkansas and Frisco tied at 9. Phil Elson with you here, along with Howard Elson on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Michael Watts back at the studios. We've had a wild game tonight. Travs with the last tally, scoring twice on a homer by Jeff Mathis in the 7th inning to turn a 9-7 Frisco lead into a tie game. Santiago Perez leads off the 8th for the RoughRiders. He'll bat right-handed. Rowenhurst lefty, misses outside with the first pitch. Rowenhurst pitched out of a jam in the 7th inning. He had 2 men on and 1 out. Did not allow a run. Perez is 2 for 4, and he'll take Rowenhurst's pitch at the knees for a called strike. 1-1. Perez a strikeout in the 1st inning. His pop-up to shallow center in the 2nd was lost in the lights by Tommy Murphy, and it turned into a bloop double. 1-1 pitch. Perez swings and misses. Strike 2. 4th inning, O'Sullivan struck out Perez. Then to the 6th, they had an RBI single.
Pardon me, Phil. It's kind of neat listening to you and Santiago Perez reminiscing about your days in Fayetteville, North Carolina last night.
I saw Santiago coming out of the office last night. Pitched down and into him, 2-2. Perez was on the 1995 Fayetteville Generals. That's the team that I started my baseball career as an intern that took tarps off the field. Perez was the shortstop. And Perez also brought up a name that Trav fans certainly remember. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Just missed the outside corner. 3-2. The broadcaster that year in Fayetteville was none other than Central Arkansas's own Taylor Carr, and a former voice of the Travs, former sports guy over at KARK, and currently one of the lead men on the FLW fishing tour. 3-2 pitch from Rowenhurst. Perez swings and fouls it into the screen. Fastball towards the letters. He just got a piece of it. Well, Perez ran into Taylor in Mobile, Alabama, when he was playing in the Southern League last year for Chattanooga. And Taylor down there with FLW on one of many bass fishing trips. Here's the 3-2. Perez takes way outside, and Rowenhurst offers up a leadoff walk. Bring up Waldron.
I'm hoping to see Taylor in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh just got one of the championship bass tournaments. I'm not sure whether it's Bassmaster or the one that Taylor is affiliated with, but it would be great to see him up in Pittsburgh. I can't believe that there's enough bass in those 3 rivers, although it's, the rivers are very clean now, and fishing has come back tremendously, but it was kind of a surprise that we won a bass fishing championship tournament for the city.
Jeff Waldron stepping up to the plate. He's 2 for 4. Throw to first base a little high, but Elwood able to bring it in. That's right. And I'll tell you what, most people in Arkansas, most Arkansans, besides being Razorback fans, Traveler fans, they're all outdoorsmen. Everybody fishes. And so if you get a chance going up to the Berg in a couple of years, I think it's the Bassmaster Classic. There's a pitch for a strike, throw to first base by Mathis and dropped by Elwood. Perez taking a very big secondary lead off of first. And Waldron had squared around to bunt, but he took the pitch for a strike. Mathis threw behind the batter. Waldron left-handed, so that sort of blocks the view for a runner at first base to see if the catcher's trying to pick him off. Perez will get back out to about a 5-step lead as Rowenhurst gets the sign. Gomez in at third base. Elwood in front of the bag at first. Here's the 0-1. Waldron bunts it to the mound. Played by Rowenhurst. He throws to second base and gets the force out. Callaspo to first. Not in time. Callaspo with a slight hesitation. I don't think he was expecting to have a chance for a double play and a bunt. Rowenhurst made sure to get the lead runner at second base. That's a 1-6 put out at second. Waldron on the fielder's choice makes it to first base. And he barely beat that relay throw by Callaspo. Bang, bang play.
It wasn't a good bunt. It was right back to the pitcher on just one bounce. It was a little hard, almost like a soft ground ball. And it was good that somebody called for second base. Get the lead runner.
Jason Bourgeois, now the batter, and he'll swing and hit a little blooper towards right field. Coming in is Guerrero, and he's got it for out number 2. 2 outs in the 8th inning. Rick Asadorian coming up next.
if I can get back to that bass fishing tournament for just a second, Phil, it's going to be interesting in Pittsburgh because a lot of the pools in the Allegheny, Monongahela, and Ohio River that hold all of these fish are within sight of downtown Pittsburgh, and so it's going to be very picturesque for people who are coming to watch or even people who are watching on television to see this tournament being held literally in the shadows of downtown Pittsburgh.
Well, the shadows make the water a little cooler. Isn't that where the bass like to be? Asadori in the batter. First pitch swinging, a liner to right field, close to the line. Guerrero makes the catch. And that'll end the 8th inning. Nice job by Jonathan Rowenhurst, pitching around a leadoff walk and stranding a runner at first. 8 innings in the books at the Giant Soda Bottle. Travs and Riders all tied at 9. This is the ticket. Total Sports, 1380. The Frisco RoughRiders and the Arkansas Travelers in a tight affair here at Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark in Frisco. Tied at 9. And in the 9th inning, Frisco brings out a new relief pitcher. Lefty Ray Beasley has joined the ball game, replacing Justin Thompson. Thompson lasting 3 innings, giving up 3 hits and 2 runs on the homer by Jeff Mathis. And so Thompson does not figure into the decision today. Beasley, the other left-hander, out of the Frisco bullpen, so they're out of lefties after this. We saw Beasley pitch in 1 game of this series. Beasley enters his 31st game of the year for Frisco. 2 wins, no losses, a .464 earned run average. 33 innings, 35 hits, .273 batting average allowed with 11 walks and 28 strikeouts. Beasley has also allowed 4 home runs. And he starts at the top of the Arkansas order. Rudy Gomez, who's 1 for 4. Alberto Callaspo and Nick Gorneault to follow. Beasley delivers. Gomez swings on a fly ball. The first pitch to right field. Pretty well hit to the corner. But in that corner is Rick Asadorian, and he makes the catch. He was positioned over towards the right field line. And was in perfect position to make that grab look very easy. 1 away, bringing up Callaspo. So Gomez is 1 for 5. Callaspo is 2 for 3. A couple of singles, a walk, and 2 times crossing the plate. First pitch, a line drive towards left center field. Get down, and it does. Cut off in the gap by Curry. Callaspo cruises into second with a double. He's 3 for 4. And the go-ahead run in scoring position for Gorneault and Mathis.
Well, I think this is going to be obviously a very important run, and the last thing Ty Boykin wants, with as tired and as worn out as his pitching staff is an extra inning game.
Right, anything but. But
if that's what it takes to end a 5-game losing streak, I don't think he'll mind.
He's got Scott Schneider warming up in the bullpen now.
Here's Gorneault, hitless today. He'll take the first pitch for a strike on the outside corner. Gorneault is grounded out to short and to third base. He's been on base twice, walking in the first and third, scoring each time. Mathis on deck. Beasley sets. The pitch to Gorneault. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Tailing fastball. A good motion low and away. So Gorneault falls in that hole at 0-2.
Well, you can't ask for a better situation here. Man on second, 1 out, and the heartier lineup, the meatier lineup coming up.
Beasley ready on the 0-2. Here's the pitch. Swinging a pop-up towards the first base dugout. Over towards the seats goes Waldron, the catcher, and he could not make the catch. The ball hit the mesh fence behind the plate and sort of glanced off of it. Waldron was in position to make the catch if that fence wasn't in place. Problem is, it has to be in place. And so instead of the out, Gorneault gets an extra pitch.
Well, I'm not sure I'd take Jeff Waldron off the hook on that, because he knew where he was, he knew where the mesh fence was, and he tried to do a basket catch rather than going up high to try and stop the ball from hitting the fence first.
Beasley kicks. Here's the 0-2. Gorneault swings and a pop-up again, this time between the lines. First baseman Botts drifts into the grass, looking up, reaching up. He's got it. 2 outs in the 9th inning. Mathis will come up next. When Frisco hits in the bottom of the 9th inning, it'll be Andrew Beinbrink leading off, but then you get to Eldridge and Curry. Eldridge will have a chance for his 6th base hit of the game. Well, let's see if the Travs can't force Frisco into needing a run to send the game to extras. Mathis the batter, and he'll be intentionally walked. You better pay attention here. Remember, Round Rock won a game yesterday on an intentional walk in which one of the intentional balls was too close to the plate and turned into a line drive off an outfielder's mitt. So the intentional walk to Mathis will set up Mike Elward. And Frisco does have a right-hander in the bullpen that might be ready to face a right-handed batter in Elward. Stephen Rowe's been throwing for parts of the last 2 innings, so he should be ready. Beasley finishes the intentional walk and puts Mathis on base. Elward walking slowly to the batter's circle. Paul Carey, the acting manager of the RoughRiders, is walking out to the pitcher's mound, and he's going to make that change. He's been planning this all inning to face right-handed batter with a right-handed pitcher. So Stephen Rowe comes out of the pen, and we owe you a 60-second break brought to you by Fox Sports Southwest. Tune in every night at 10 o'clock for the Southwest Regional Sports Report, where you can get all the Major League highlights and home team coverage on the Southwest Sports Report on Fox Sports Net. Shiraz have a chance to take the lead if Elward can come through. His at-bat comes after this break on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
Stand by.
The pressure is on in the top of the ninth inning with the game tied at 9, and the Travs have 2 runners on base with 2 outs, with Mike Elward coming up to face right-hander Stephen Rowe. With 1 out in this ninth inning, Alberto Callaspo stroked a double to left center, and after the second out, Jeff Mathis was intentionally walked by Ray Beasley. And so Beasley leaves after facing 4 batters, putting 2 of them on. And it is Rowe out of the pen. Rowe, who's had a very good season at 6 wins and a loss, at 369 earned run average. This is his 42nd appearance of the season to lead all Frisco pitchers. Against the Travs, Rowe with his only loss of the season, 289 ERA and a 250 batting average against. Mike Elward stepping up. Elward, 2 RBIs today, but neither on a hit. Bases loaded walk in the first inning. A third inning sacrifice fly knocked home another run. 5th inning strikeout. 7th inning pop out. From the stretch, Rowe, tall right-hander delivers. Elward takes a high slider for a strike. 0-1. Elward with 54 runs batted in on the year. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Slow breaking ball, and Elward about 2 seconds ahead of that one. So Rowe looking to make pretty quick work of Mike Elward. And Elward with only 2 hits in 10 at-bats this series. And now Rowe steps off the rubber. Out to the mound goes the catcher, Waldron. We're going to talk about their signs right now. Travs hit against Rowe yesterday. Scored 2 runs off of him in 2 innings. Elward had reached base off of Rowe with a ground ball single between third and shortstop. And so there is a successful history for Elward against this pitcher. Now the 0-2 pitch high. Came with a fastball. Registered 85 miles an hour. Not all that hard. Callaspo takes his lead from second, looking at the infielders, and nobody holds him on. Rowe's 1-2. Slider away from the catcher. The runner's moving up to third base. Callaspo. Mathis to second. And a poor attempt by Waldron to try to block that. He did not necessarily shift over that much, and he didn't try to backhand the ball. Instead, one of those attempts by a catcher to scoop it up on the right side of your body, and it forces your wrist into a position that the wrist isn't meant to go. 2-2 count to Elward. Now the pitch. Swing and a miss. Rowe with a very nice, tight, slow breaking ball strikes Elward out, and the Travs leave 2 runners in scoring position in the top of the ninth inning. So Frisco can win the game with 1 run. Bottom of the ninth comes up, still tied at 9. On the ticket, Total Sports 1380.
Today let their players see the Washington yellow, but it's yellow page. It's no wonder. Yellow
Last of the ninth inning to start here at Frisco's Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark. Phil Elson and Howard Elson with you on the ticket. Total Sports 1380 and Travs.com. Traveler Baseball brought to you by Miller Lite, where you can taste the light beer that actually tastes like beer. Ice cold cans of Miller Lite available at Raywinder Field all month long, including Clunker Car Night on Tuesday with a free used car given away every single inning. And the most carnival atmosphere in baseball. Come on out to see it. 7:10 first pitch Tuesday night. Gates open 6:10. Phone number at Raywinder Field 664-1555 or log on to Travs.com. Scott Schneider comes out to pitch the ninth inning, relieving his good friend Jonathan Rowenhurst. A couple of scoreless innings for Rowenhurst. Andrew Beinbrink leads off the ninth against Schneider. First pitch swung on, popped up on the infield. Elward, it's his ball just behind the bag at first base, and he's got it. One pitch, one out. Nice start for Schneider. Beinbrink now 1 for 5, but now it gets a little tougher. Rashad Eldridge will step up to the plate, and he's going to look for his 6th base hit. 5 singles for Eldridge in today's game. First, second, third, fifth, and 7th innings at bat. First pitch from Schneider, high and outside. Eldridge had his last base hit, batting right-handed. Another 4 hits came from the left side. He bats lefty against Schneider. Scott's 1-0. Eldridge swings on a ground ball, base hit to left field. That's a 6-for-6 night. Absolutely incredible.
And I hate to say this, but the night may not be over. Of course, the last time we saw Scott Schneider, Phil, was the other night when he gave up a home run and then came back and plunked Jason Botts. And started the whole brouhaha.
Well, certainly Frisco will be looking for a little revenge after that. Schneider's record 3-3 and a .532 earned run average. 3.38 ERA against Frisco in 7 previous games. Now Mike Curry steps up. Curry, a left-handed batter, and you may think he might be bunting here. Either that, or Eldridge might try to steal. He's stolen 2 bases today. He's out to a pretty short lead, though. Schneider, first pitch, fastball, strike on the outside corner. There's not going to be a bunt here, not with 1 out. Kinsler on deck, and then Botts.
The situation does call for a possible steal, though. You got a lefty up. Schneider is relatively slow to the plate.
Schneider stretches the 0-1. Downstairs, gets away from Mathis. There goes Eldridge trying for second. The throw is high. Mathis tried to block the pitch in the dirt, but it bounced off his chest protector. Rolled only about 3 or 4 feet away from it. That's nothing more than outstanding anticipation by Eldridge, hustling into second base. So the winning run in scoring position for Mike Curry.
Well, that's got to be a wild pitch since it hit the dirt.
Now the stretch by Schneider. The pitch to Curry. Swing and a foul ball. It has been a wild pitch charge to Scott Schneider. It's the 5th that Schneider has allowed this year. By the way, the 6 base hits for Eldridge, not a league record. 8 hits in a game is the league record, achieved all in the same game for one team in 1902. 1-2 pitch. Curry swings on a line drive. Base hit to center. Here comes Eldridge around third. Here comes the throw from center, and it's not in time. And Frisco wins 10-9. Rashad Eldridge finishes the game 6 for 6, and he scores the winning run. It's a 6-game losing streak for the Travs, although tonight's game was hard-fought from first pitch till last pitch, but unfortunately, the Travs ending up on the all-too familiar side of the short end of the stick. 10-9, the final. Frisco wins again, and we'll have a break. We'll talk about it on the Allstate Insurance postgame report coming up after these words. On the ticket, Total Sports 1380. Mike. Mike.
His experience and knowledge
Michael.
can mean the difference between scoring a run.
Michael Motorcycle.
Allstate agents play a similar role to the third base coach.
Frisco wins again, and we'll have a break. Rashawn, he scored. It's a 6-2 pitch. Curry swings on a line drive, base hit to center. Here comes Eldridge around third. Here comes the throw from center, and it's not in time. And Frisco wins.
Can't taste my beer. What's your name? Robert. Okay, Robert, this is what I want you to do. Put the bottle down and step away from the beer. Walk straight down to the corner store and pick up a human pack of Miller Lite. Open one, take a sip, and everything will be right back to normal, okay? Don't worry, Robert. It's going to be all right.
Next time, try to like beer that actually tastes like beer. Great tasting, less filling, Miller Lite. Miller, good call. Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Tough loss tonight here at Frisco's Dr. Pepper 7-Up ballpark. The Travs fall to the Frisco RoughRiders tonight by a final score of 10-9, and now it is 6 consecutive losses for the boys from Little Rock. Phil Elson with you, and let's recap tonight's game on the Allstate Insurance postgame report. Fans, don't forget, Allstate Insurance believes you deserve a relationship with a real person. And that is Allstate's stand. Are you in good hands? Seemed the Travs were in good hands at the start of the ball game. Got ahead of Frisco very early. Bases were loaded with nobody out. With one out when Mike Elward was walked by Kelvin Jimenez to force in the game's first run. Then Jason Espedo comes up, and seemingly the Travs were cruising early. The 2-1. Swinging a high, drive deep to right center field. Back on the wall goes Asadorian, and it is out of here. A grand slam home run for Jason Espedo. And the Travs get in front 5-0.
And that's exactly what you'll sense.
Grand slam number 2 for the Travs. Dallas McPherson hit the other one in July at Round Rock. It was homer number 8 for Espedo, and the Travs route ahead 5-0. That lead started to dwindle in the bottom of the first inning as David Gill had the bases loaded with nobody out, allowing singles to Rashad Eldridge, Mike Curry, and Ian Kinsler. Jason Botts draws a bases-loaded walk to force in 1 run, and then with 2 outs, Jeff Waldron steps up to the plate.
Sets. Here's the payoff to Waldron. Swinging a little looper over first base. That's going to get down for a base hit to right field. Curry scores. Kinsler around third and scores. Botts tries for third. Guerrero pegs him at third base. Perfect throw by Christian Guerrero. However, that's only the second out of the inning. The RoughRiders scored twice on the single by Waldron, and the Travs lead is 5-3. That lead would remain 5-3 going into the second inning. Kelvin Jimenez set down the Travs in order in the second, setting up Frisco in the second with Rick Asadorian leading off that inning with a home run to left field, his first home run of the year, hit it off of David Gill. Then after the first out, Eldridge singled and stole second base. Mike Curry steps up to the plate to bring Frisco a little closer. Field a base hit. Murphy comes up throwing from center. Eldridge around third, and the throw is up the line. Tie game, and the ball gets away from Mathis, allowing Curry to scurry into second base, and now Frisco has the go-ahead run in scoring position. Kinsler, then the batter, he grounded out to shortstop, and then Gill walked. Jason Botts really looked like he was pitching around Botts. The last 4 pitches all outside of the strike zone, and that brought up Santiago Perez with the game tied. Gill delivers. Perez swings and flies it to center. Coming in, Tommy Murphy. Can't find it in the sky. Now he comes in, and the ball lands in front of him. Frisco takes the lead. No one covers second, and Perez trots in. Murphy just could not find the ball in the sky. And the very next batter, Jeff Waldron, hit a fly ball to right field. Christian Guerrero couldn't find it in the lights. Victor Gutierrez had to go about 50 to 60 feet out into right field to make the play.
Frisco led the game 6-5 after the second inning, rallying back from a 5-run deficit. Travs would get back in front in the third inning, taking advantage of an error. Leadoff walk from Jimenez to Nick Gorneault, and then Jeff Mathis hit a sharp grounder towards the hole at shortstop. Ian Kinsler backhanded it, attempted to force Gorneault at second, but he threw the ball into right field. Gorneault went to third and would score to tie the game on a sac fly by Mike Elward. And then, with 2 outs, Christian Guerrero comes to the plate with Mathis still at first.
Field delivers. Perez swings and flat.
Wrong play. This is
Christian Guerrero swings on a line drive towards left center field. Base hit. It'll roll to the fence. Here comes Mathis around second and third. He's waved around. He'll score. Christian waved into third base head first, and he is safe with a triple. The throw beat him to third, but Perez bobbled the throw, and Christian puts the Travs ahead with an RBI triple. 7-6 Arkansas.
That lead would last until the 5th inning when the relief pitcher Marco Sullivan had set down the first 2 batters of that inning, but then a single to Rick Asadorian. He scored on a double by Andrew Beinbrink on an 0-2 pitch with the ball lifted into the left field corner, and after 2 outs, Eldridge comes back to the plate with a go-ahead run at second base.
For that RBI double, his 7th double, his 23rd run batted in. And now Rashad Eldridge will swing and line a base hit to right field, his 4th base hit of the game. Beinbrink around third, and the throw is late, and Frisco back ahead. The ball bounces off Mathis. Eldridge gets the second.
So that put Frisco back ahead by 1 run. O'Sullivan would come back to strike out Mike Curry, and that put Frisco ahead only by 1 run after the 5th. They would stretch it to a lead of 2 runs in the 6th inning on an RBI single by Santiago Perez. Travs brought their last gasp to the game in the 7th inning against Justin Thompson. Leadoff single by Alberto Callaspo, and after 1 out, Jeff Mathis brought out the last of the Travs heroics for the game.
Being the #1 rehab place for the Kansas City Royals. Jeff Mathis a drive deep to left field. Way back to the fence, and he has tied the game. A 2-run homer for Jeff Mathis. Number 14 for him, and we're tied at 9. That 9-9 tie, and the Travs would have a little bit of a chance in the 9th inning, getting 2 runners on base, but Mike Elward struck out with runners at second and third, and that set up Frisco for a chance to win the game. Scott Schneider came out of the bullpen, relieving Jonathan Rowenhurst. After 1 out, Rashad Eldridge collected his 6th single of the game on a ground ball to left field. A wild pitch would send it to second base, and Mike Curry drives in the winning run. Curry swings on a line drive, base hit to center. Here comes Eldridge around third. Here comes the throw from center, and it's not in time. And Frisco wins 10-9. Rashad Eldridge finishes the game 6 for 6, and he scores the winning run.
So the final score once again, 10-9 Frisco. The winning pitcher is Stephen Rowe, his 7th win against 1 loss. Schneider suffers the loss and falls to 3-4, and the Travs have fallen in 6 consecutive games. That's your recap. Right now, we'll take a break on the Allstate Insurance postgame report. We'll return with a look at the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard here on the ticket, Total Sports 1380.
Lush variety. Sonic's got it, others don't. The hotter it gets outside, the more choices you need to chill down on the inside. Nothing compares to Sonic's famous slushes, with classic flavors like cherry, grape, and orange. Real fresh fruit slushes like lemon, berry, strawberry, and lime. You can even mix and match flavors to... Or try the latest creation, our intense new Powerade slush, available for a limited time only. So hurry into Sonic. Nobody gives you more ways to beat the heat. It's not just good, it's Sonic good. Slush variety. Sonic's got it, others don't. The hotter it gets outside, the more choices you need to chill down on the inside. Nothing compares to Sonic's famous slushes, with classic flavors like cherry, grape, and orange. Real fresh fruit slushes like lemon, berry, strawberry, and lime. You can even mix and match flavors to create your very own slush. Or try the latest creation, our intense new Powerade slush, available for a limited time only. So hurry into Sonic. Nobody gives you more ways to beat the heat. It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Back here at Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark on the ticket, Total Sports 1380. Travs lose tonight 10-9 to the Frisco RoughRiders And now the Travs in the second half fall to 15-28, 13 games under 500, falling 12 games off the pace behind first place Frisco. Major League Scores brought to you by Southwest Airlines, the official airline of the Arkansas Travelers, available online at southwest.com. Only 2 games in progress right now, both out west. San Diego hosting Pittsburgh, and the Pirates lead the Padres 2-1 in the top of the 7th. Game at Dodger Stadium is in the 7th as well. The Dodgers lead Philadelphia 4-0. And now we go to the final scores in the National League. First with the news out of SBC Park, where the Chicago Cubs get Greg Maddux' 300th career victory with an 8-4 win over the Giants. Maddux goes 5 innings, gives up 4 runs. His 300th victory, certainly a special one. And an interesting note I'd heard today, I was listening to the Giants broadcast on the MLB website. Maddux had won his 200th career game also against San Francisco, and becomes the only pitcher in baseball history to win his 200th and 300th game against the same team. A little bit of trivia, I guess, for the fans out there. Lewin Patterson hit home runs for Chicago, and once again, Greg Maddux with his 11th win of the year with his 300th career win. Cardinals over the Mets 2-1. Yadier Molina with a 2-out single in the 9th inning, giving St. Louis that victory. Julian Tavares earned the win. He's 4-3. Mike Stanton walked 3 batters and pitched just a third of an inning in falling to 0-5. The Atlanta Braves continue to roll. It's their 4-8 victory. Braves 6, Diamondbacks 2. Paul Bird, the winning pitcher, is 4-3. Quentin McCracken hit the game's only home run. Florida 5-0 winners today over the Milwaukee Brewers. Ishmael Valdez in his Marlin debut goes 6 scoreless innings for his 10th win. Jeff Conine, a grand slam in the first inning as Florida got ahead early. Montreal 8-3 winners over the Houston Astros. That game at Minute Maid Park. John Roush, who was recently traded from the White Sox over to the Expos, wins his first game with Montreal. Alex Gonzalez and Tony Batista each hit home runs for the Expos. Rockies 9-5 winners over the Cincinnati Reds today at Coors Field. A lot of home runs at Coors Field. When else is new? Reds get 3 of them. Lopez, Vanderwall, and Dunn, number 34 for Adam Dunn. Wilson, Sweeney, and Burnitz, home runs for the Rockies, number 29 for Jeremy Burnitz. Simpson, the winning pitcher, that is Garrett Simpson, who was pitching for Tulsa just last week. His record 1-1. Losing pitcher Paul Wilson for Cincinnati falls to 9-3. You're now up to date on the National League. Now let's switch over to the American League, where the New York Yankees win their 4th consecutive game, blanking the Toronto Blue Jays 6-0. El Duque Orlando Hernandez with a strong 8-inning performance, allowing only 5 hits and 2 walks with 7 strikeouts. His record a perfect 4-0. Minnesota Twins 4, the Oakland Athletics 3. Johan Santana wins his 11th game of the season against only 6 losses. Tim Hudson, loser, falls to 7-4. Joe Nathan, 32nd save. Baltimore's 3-1 winners over the Texas Rangers. 5th straight win for Baltimore. Lopez, the winning pitcher, is 9-7. Scott Erickson loses his Texas debut. Alfonso Soriano launched a 9th inning home run off Jorge Julio. 22nd of the season. Julio still earned his 18th save. Seattle 5-2 winners over Tampa Bay at the Juice Dome. Ron Vallone, the winner, is 4-2. J.J. Putz, a former San Antonio pitcher, his first career save. Aubrey Huff hit the game's only home run, cracking the 20 home run barrier. Cleveland Indians, a stunner at U.S. Cellular Field. Matt Lawton takes a 3-run homer in the 9th. Cleveland upends the White Sox 6-5. Miller, the winning pitcher, is 4-1. Takatsu allowed the home run to Lawton. He's 4-3. Bob Wickman pitched the bottom of the 9th for Cleveland. His 4th save of the year in Cleveland. A surprise second-place team in the American League Central Division. They've won 4 straight, and in the wild card, Cleveland's certainly in the thick of things. They're 4.5 games off the pace behind Texas. Boston and Anaheim also 1 game out of the wild card spot in the American League. 2 other finals from the American League. Boston over Detroit 7-4. Pedro Martinez with 11 strikeouts over a 7-inning start. He allowed 1 earned run. He moves to 12-4 in the year. Jeremy Bonderman surrendered 3 runs in 5 innings and falls to 6-9. And it was Anaheim over Kansas City today, 7-3. Darren Erstad with 3 home runs. 3 RBIs, not 3 home runs. Angels win their 3rd game in a row. They're now just a game and a half behind first place Oakland in the West Division. Sean Figgins was 2 for 4, scored a couple of runs. Figgins out in center field today. Adam Kennedy finished with 2 hits. Rob Quinlan also doubled, knocked a run home. Winning pitcher was Bartolo Colon. He's 11-8. Jimmy Serrano gets a no decision in his Royals debut. Dennis Reyes took the loss. He falls to 3-5. Now over to the Texas League side of things on the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard. We have one other final to report today. Comes out of Tulsa. The Wichita Wranglers defeat the Drillers 6-1, and Wichita back on the winning track. That victory brings the Wranglers to 2 games in back of Frisco, and Tulsa falls 3 games off the pace. Denny Bautista, the winning pitcher, is 4-2. Tim Bowser suffered the loss, and Bowser falls to 3-5. 2 games in progress. Round Rock, actually this is a final score. Round Rock defeated San Antonio 9-1. Winning pitcher is Jared Gautreau, moving to 8-6 on the year. He set down the first 12 men of the game in order and gave up only 3 singles in an 8-inning start. And Round Rock wins their 2nd game in a row. They'll pull within 3 games of first place San Antonio. And 1 game still in progress. It's in the 6th inning at Midland. El Paso 3, Midland 1. Now you're up to date across the Texas League and the majors. Thanks to the Southwest Airlines out-of-town scoreboard. And fans, don't forget, you can always log on for low fares online at www.southwest.com. We'll come back to wrap up the broadcast. Travs lose tonight to the RoughRiders 10-9. Wrapping it up after this on the ticket. Total Sports 1380.
8-figure contract, multi-million-dollar signing bonuses, $1 million incentive clauses. Yes, professional athletes get paid a lot. But hey, you expect them to. After all, they're in the big leagues. Now, Allstate's in the big leagues, but that doesn't mean you have to pay a lot. In fact, you may be surprised to learn that 7 out of 10 drivers who switch their auto insurance to Allstate said they save money. And you can always expect great service, even if your Allstate agent happens to pull a hamstring playing softball. Big league insurance for less. That's Allstate says. Are you in good hands? For more information, visit your local Allstate agent. Call 1-800-ALLSTATE or click on Allstate.com. Allstate, proud sponsor of the 2004 U.S. Olympic team. Qualifications. Allstate Insurance Company and Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Norfolk, Illinois. Synonymous. Words alike in significance and meaning, like summer and baseball. Baseball and Ray Winter Field. Ray Winter Field and hot dogs. Hot dogs and Coca-Cola. Yes, Coke is joining the Travs All-Star lineup this summer right alongside the future Anaheim Angels wearing the Travelers uniform. Enjoy the best value in family entertainment in Central Arkansas. Ray Winter Field, the Arkansas Travelers, and Coke. 3 summer classics.
Stand by. Ready, set, go.
Wrapping it up after the Travs' 6th consecutive loss. 10-9, the final score. Frisco wins the game with an RBI single in the bottom of the 9th inning from Mike Curry. Phil Elson, along with Howard Elson and Michael Watts back at the studios. Boy, this disappointing loss today. There's a lot of credit to be given to the Travs hitters. They never gave up today, scoring 9 runs on 8 base hits, but the pitching tonight just was unable to hold on. David Gill, a very disappointing start, was given 5 runs before he even threw his first pitch of the game. He couldn't make it past the 3rd inning. Marco Sullivan gave up 3 runs, and Scott Schneider gave up the winning run, facing only 3 batters. So today, as it's been really a running part of this series, is the idea that the Travs pitching staff is tired, beleaguered right now, and tonight they were battered.
Well, you're right, Phil. They did give a better effort than they had certainly in that doubleheader, and they came back and haven't laid down when they certainly could have shown that kind of an effort after what happened in the doubleheader. But today, as you said, it was just the pitching. I mean, there was enough hitting. There were home runs. The Travs played well in the field. They just are coming short on a beleaguered pitching staff that's beginning to show its beleagueredness.
18 base hits for the Frisco RoughRiders, 6 off the bat of Rashad Eldridge, finishing the game 6 for 6, scored the winning run, and scored 3 runs overall. Now over the series, Eldridge is 10 for 14. Just an amazing series for Eldridge. And remember, this guy was hitting .215 after the first half of the season. Just incredible.
Well, he's not one-dimensional either, because he had a stolen base, and he took an extra base, took advantage of a wild pitch. So I wonder if we or anybody else in the Texas League is going to get this kid out the rest of the season.
Certainly, without any question, I would think Rashad Eldridge is tonight's BC Powder player of the game. BC Powder is the official pain reliever of the Arkansas Travelers. BC gets into your system fast and goes to work fast. For headaches, backaches, or muscle pain, nothing works faster than BC. Use as directed. Here are the official totals tonight. The Travs score 9 runs on 8 base hits. They commit 1 error and leave 5 runners on base. Frisco, 10 runs, 18 hits, 1 error, and 12 runners left on. The winning pitcher is Stephen Rowe. His record is 7-1. Scott Schneider suffers a loss and falls to 3-4. No save. Time of game, 3 hours, 13 minutes. Paid attendance, 10,111 at Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark. One interesting note, the Travs now have played 18 games in the second half that have been decided by 1 run, and they are 9-9 in those 1-run ball games. And played a lot of those 1-run games against Frisco. The Travs now fall to 6-13 against Frisco this year, and they've had no luck at the Giant Soda Bottle, where in 8 games the Travs have gone 1-7. Travs will try to wrap it up tomorrow and get out of Frisco to avoid a sweep. And on the mound tomorrow for the Travs will be lefty Willie Collazo. Collazo enters tomorrow's action with a record of 3-7 and a .476 earned run average. His opponent on the mound will be left-hander Ben Kozlowski. It'll be his 3rd start for Frisco. 1 win, no losses, and a .375 earned run average. Before we end the broadcast, I'd like to thank my father once again for joining us on the broadcast. It's 4th straight year. You've been a Trav color man, and you're getting better. You might have a future in this radio thing.
Well, I appreciate that, Phil, very much, and of course I've said it before, but it really is a thrill to sit next to you and see your maturity and your growth in this your career choice, and I couldn't be prouder of you. And I think that it's wonderful to be able to do this as a father sitting next to a son, because I know that there are so many people, especially on the internet, families listening to the ball games and seeing how their kids are doing out on the field. So you can imagine how I feel sitting next to you.
No, it's been a pleasure. Too bad we couldn't get a win for you.
Well, I got to get out of town.
You were 0-4. So they head out of town tomorrow, and we'll have the first pitch for tomorrow's game at 7 o'clock. We'll have the ITT Tech pregame show at 6:40 right here on the ticket. Total Sports 1380. Big thanks to my father, Howard Elson. Also back to the studios for Michael Watts, our game engineer. And so long, Trav fans, from Dr. Pepper 7-Up Ballpark in Frisco. The final score tonight, the Frisco RoughRiders 10 and the Arkansas Travelers 9. Folks, don't forget it's just a game, and we'll be talking baseball again tomorrow night.